Talk shoes.
Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 58, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
Today we're talking about episode 509, Namaste.
Oh, no. Not that word.
As we think it should have been called, LaFleur Part 2.
LaFleurier.
LaFleurier, The Revenge. Because it's, a lot of this is all hinging on James to think his way out of these situations.
James is the thinking man's hero.
Man, it's man of science, man of faith, and man of thought. I think those are the three, right?
I think you're right, yeah.
Man of conscious thinking or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and books.
Story's interesting. And books, yes.
Love those books.
LaFleur is the patron saint of books. Patron saint of reading.
Yeah.
You do have to wonder as a character mystery where Sawyer got his love of reading.
Yeah.
I don't think it was instilled in his home training, in his home life.
It's hard to believe that it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess my guess would be that he, since his parents were killed at an early age, that he grew up.
He had nothing else to do but read books.
He grew up sort of on his own, and he used books as an escape, as a way to, get away from his life.
Well, that makes sense, so it's probably not true.
Oh, okay. Good point. Yeah, it's probably something much crazier than that.
Yeah.
Involving time travel and Jacob and so on.
I think Smokey brought him his first book when he's a baby. It said, read this.
It is kind of a weird character trait, but he's always had that. He's been reading since season 1.
He's been reading before he had the glasses to read.
Yeah.
Which gave him headaches.
Yeah. Yeah.
You think his vision would be healed by the island? I feel like that's something we, I guess, could talk about. The fact that all this time his vision hasn't healed.
That's weird. I didn't think about that. Yeah. Whoops.
Yeah, whoops.
That island healing thing, it's a bit spotty.
Yeah.
It kind of works sometimes. It kind of doesn't other times.
Heals what it wants when it wants, if it wants.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they're not consistent with that. Yeah, that would be nice if they actually put that in there, but no.
I think they like him with glasses.
Yeah, it definitely turns him into the thinking man Sawyer.
Yeah, it does. So Namaste, the title.
Yes, finally an episode called Namaste.
Yeah, it's a word we've definitely heard before on the show.
Absolutely. We've also heard it at the end of our podcast.
Yep.
Since the beginning.
That's what I meant by the show.
Oh, okay.
You thought I meant Lost?
I thought you meant Lost.
Oh, come on.
Is this a show? I don't even think of it as a show. I guess it is.
Well, it's some sort of spectacle.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, I meant the show. I meant Lost.
Yeah, I figured you did, but I went with it. So what did you think about it?
Oh, who asked first?
I don't know. That was really close. I guess I could go first.
1, 2, 3. What did you think? You can go first. Yeah.
I enjoyed this episode. I thought it had a number of surprising. Once again, I guess it's in line for this season. It had a number of surprising developments. In particular, seeing Radzinski, which I never thought we would actually do, and Frank and Son meeting Christian, and I guess we had the Ethan baby thing that we managed to kind of figure out last week.
I'd just like to let the audience know I'm shaking my head at all of these things.
Okay, good.
I'm just in disbelief.
Yeah. And then of course, Saeed thing we didn't quite get. I feel like we're in the ballpark, and then him, I guess, the young Ben showing up, which is something I didn't think they would necessarily try to do, for age reasons, but it, there were a number of developments, and I don't really know, where all this is going, but it was it was a solid episode. I enjoyed it.
I would agree with most of that. I think I definitely enjoyed it. I think I sort of have dubbed this my vomit episode because after every crazy scene, I just want to throw up at the sheer inanity of it. But it's pretty crazy, some of the stuff you said and some of the things we've seen. Brzezinski, I mean, when they said that, I'm thinking, holy crap,
Yeah.
This is season 2 we're talking here, folks.
Yeah.
This is a name mentioned and a flashback backstory referenced, and this is a character who they don't ever have to show.
No.
And I think us seeing Brzezinski and us seeing them showing us Danielle's backstory.
Oh, we got to see him designing the swan. I mean, that was
that's
an extra.
That's a huge thing we got to talk about.
Yeah.
But some of these long-standing mysteries and questions and characters and plot lines that they're actually getting to, I think bodes well. And the statue and bringing that back up, I think it bodes well. That for the idea that I think the major mysteries as well as the bigger minor mysteries will be resolved and talked about by the end of the show.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty clear that a lot of these things weren't just put in there for interest, just to be interesting and cool and hey, there's a remnant of a statue, isn't that cool? Let's never talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think they're going to get to all that stuff, which is really interesting. I really, watching this episode again, the whole the Ethan baby scene, I didn't catch what, the first time, because I was blown away by the fact that was Ethan.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that Juliet was blown away by the fact that was Ethan.
Right, yeah, she was. Yeah. You see it more when you're not blown away by it yourself. I had the same reaction.
Yeah, you look at her when she says Ethan, and 2 seconds later she puts the baby down.
All right, you take the baby.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't see that one coming.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Juliet actually held baby Ethan in her arm.
Yeah, if only she could tell him that, He's
going to fix her plumbing later.
I know, right? Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff in this episode. More than, I mean, it gets crazier and crazier. It seems like it just won't stop.
There's a lot.
Yeah, it's like every scene is like, whoa, look at you! I haven't seen you in 3 years, and whoa, what are you doing here? You're in Dharma, and whoa, it's so crazy and insane, and the fact that they're all managing this is pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Definitely a good episode. The show just gets crazier and crazier. I don't even know what it's going to be like at the end of the season, and I don't even know what next season's going to look like. And it's strange too, thinking about this episode in particular, sort of the last one too. But it's kind of like that era of season 3 when we were at O-Town.
Yes,
but it's like reversed.
Yeah,
it's like reversed and flipped and in bizarro world. And, of course, more interesting.
More interesting, luckily, yeah. There's more. There's sort of more going. It's not just all about one thing.
Yeah.
And that's nice. So, and I like for in the Brzezinski thing. I like that they don't really do that much to tell you what you're supposed to know about Brzezinski. I mean, they didn't play clips or do anything to really mention the fact that we had heard of him before. And
oh yeah, that's huge. A lot of people are not going to remember who that is.
Yeah, I mean, a casual fan who's just been following the show could easily forget that he was brought up 3 seasons ago.
Totally.
It would be completely reasonable to do that. I mean, I don't remember a lot of things. The only reason I remember Brzezinski is how much we've talked about him.
Oh, totally. I mean, if it wasn't for his connection to the Blast Door map and his he gets even more of a legend status because he supposedly killed himself.
Yeah.
I think if it wasn't for that, it'd be no one would be talking about him. And I what's interesting too is the fact and we see Jen and Sawyer mainly interacting with Brzezinski in this episode. But they don't know about the Blast Door map. They don't know his connection to that.
That's true.
Specifically, they don't really know what we know in terms of that, so they don't have to talk about it, of course.
Yeah.
But that's what's interesting is we sort of know what this guy's going to do, and they sort of have no idea.
Right.
You think, oh man, if Brzezinski gets Jen really mad, Jen could kill him or something. But no, he can't because he's got to, apparently design the Swan.
Mm-hmm.
Which is something I want to talk about later, but
that's definitely a thing. That's definitely.
But overall, I'd say A minus. A minus. I most of the points come from the craziness and the revelations more than I think it was a sort of, super well written episode.
Right.
It was more of a crazy circumstance episode.
Yeah.
Still good. So.
Yeah. Which is pretty common these days, but it was sort of more over the top than even I've been used to.
Mm-hmm.
So there were a couple scenes that I liked on their own, but I agree. It wasn't exactly. I mean, as far as stuff like that goes, like the scene that always comes to mind is the I never scene. Like. For whatever reason, like that scene's good, but
what's the I never scene?
The scene with Sawyer and Kate in season 1 where they they say what they've never done, and then if they're lying, they take a drink.
Yeah,
I think that's the rule. Or if they're not lying, they take a drink. I don't know, one of the two. I think it was if they're lying. Anyway, it was a good scene, and it stood out because Lost doesn't have that many good scenes like that where it's in no way about the plot.
Yeah.
And
when they do have good scenes like that, you're right, they stand out.
Yeah. It was just when we went back through that season, it was just really notable. It's like, wow, I can't believe how good this scene is. Like this is a scene I would hate normally.
Mhm.
And for some reason it works. So anyway, scenes like that are hard to come by, and they haven't done that many of them. And there's really nothing like that here. But
no, not really.
But definitely the plot is definitely pretty crazy. So it does make up for it. I agree. I'm tempted to say B+.
Okay.
Yeah. I could be talked into an A- in certain respects, but I'm going to say B+.
Yeah, I was thinking it's got a lot of good stuff, and it's sort of hard to rate, but I think it's safe to say it's in that realm.
Yeah.
Maybe they could do some extra credit points or something. Get that, bump it up.
Mhm. Yeah. Round it up.
Coming after class, I don't know.
It's an 89.5. just give them the A-.
Right. Make them happy.
Yeah. It's just cruel not to. Yeah.
All right.
So
is that our overview, or you got some more?
Yeah. No, I think that's it.
Well, we can jump into this fiasco.
All right.
All aboard the crazy train. Choo Choo Tunnel, man. Choo Choo Tunnel. They were right. We went through the tunnel and we're not coming back, apparently. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Kate.
Thank you, Kate.
That was so you were more right than you'll ever know.
All right, so we start with we pick back up on the basically the Oceanic Six on the plane. We got Ben and Frank on there also.
Mm-hmm.
They're on their Jira Airlines plane, heading towards Guam. Is it? No,
yeah,
where are they headed?
Guam.
All right,
yeah.
No apparent reason.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to Guam.
Yeah, I don't think you guys are going to Guam. I hope nobody's waiting for you guys there because you're not going to make it.
Yeah.
So we're in the cabin with Frank and the co-pilot. The co-pilot points out that he recognizes Hurley in first class, that he's one of the Oceanic Six, and that he must have nerves of steel if he's going to come back and fly over the same South Pacific where he was part of a big commercial airliner crash. Frank kind of shrugs it off, says he doesn't think lightning would strike in the same place twice. Maybe that's why, Hurley's back on the plane. But of course, Frank knows a little bit more, or suspects a little bit more. So pretty soon we get some rattling and turbulence on the plane. Fasten seatbelt signs comes on. Hurley turns to Caesar, tells him he needs to fasten his seatbelt as he pulls over 9 masks, so he apparently doesn't have to see anything. Oh, Hurley, you came prepared. So Frank gleans something and says, "I don't know." Oh no! As soon as the plane gets hit with something, the rattling increases. Frank takes control of the plane, and everything begins to shake, and it gets pretty crazy. Then we get, let's see, where are we? So then we get the bright light as everything's going crazy, and when the flash ends, we find we're back in the cabin. It's daytime. It was night before, and then there's a big island in front of them.
Oh no!
Frank has to sort of pull them out of this nosedive that they're kind of in, and they see the runway, which is conveniently placed, and they make a dash for it. As the co-pilot is shouting Mayday, and they land on the runway and hit the end of it as they brace for impact.
Oh no!
That's that scene. Should I go to the next part? The continuation, I guess.
Yeah.
So the next part, Frank wakes up from after the crash and sees the co-pilot has been basically stabbed with a big tree limb. He's dead. Frank goes into the main cabin to see, see what's going on with everyone else. Caesar helps Elena up, and she's sort of disoriented. Frank and Son see each other. Frank helps Son up, and Frank asks where everyone else went, and then Ben says they're gone.
Oh, God.
Gone where? How should he know?
Oh, God, Ben.
Gotta love that. He throws you a line, and then he cuts the line.
Classic Ben, yeah. Imply you know something, and then plead ignorance.
Yeah. So that's our opening.
How should I know?
I'm
just going to Guam.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so let's see. What can I say about this? First of all, I guess a notable thing is that Sun didn't flash to the past as Hurley and Jack and Kate and Saeed did.
Yep.
We find out Saeed did later. So is there some reason for that? Well, what can any sense be made of that?
Yes. Next question.
I mean, in my head, here's how it worked in my head.
Right.
I mean, it's all quite fuzzy, but the idea was they have to come back, and the they in general was the Oceanic Six, and then maybe some others. Maybe Locke had to come back. I don't know. Aaron was part of the Oceanic Six, so whatever. Maybe he doesn't count for various reasons. But I mean, I thought that was the point, and so I guess I thought they were unified by that, and the idea that somehow they would all get chosen to go to the past except Sun. Just I really can't think of a reason why they would do that.
I have two reasons.
Okay.
So here's two. One, I think. Okay, the first big one, which I think is what they specifically set up, which was the results of this recreation were unpredictable. So, which I think accounts for the fact that they went back in time, most of them. Half of them went back in time, and then the other people who didn't flash went to the present, I guess, 2007.
Yeah.
And so I think that's part of it. That's one explanation in my mind is Sun didn't flash back, having to do with the sort of randomness of this recreation.
Okay.
The other idea, sort of, I have is that they're all supposed to go back, but maybe specifically they're supposed to go back to the present. And since their return was sort of fractured with some of them going back to 1977, maybe Sun's job is specifically to help the others get back to 2007.
Okay.
That's kind of the reason why she's stuck there.
Yeah.
Not necessarily specifically for Sun. Maybe not. I mean, Christian was there. Maybe he was waiting for her.
Right.
So I think one of those two things is sort of what's going on here. I think at the very least it could be explained with just the randomness of, of the recreation. So.
Okay. Yeah. It's just that, it got every Oceanic Six member but her. It got no non-Oceanic Six members, It just seems like it wasn't that random, But I agree that could work. And the scene with her and Frank and Christian definitely clearly states that she's supposed to do something.
Mm-hmm.
And it does seem to relate to them being in the past. So I think you're probably right. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm inclined to think it has something to do with that there's some absurdly, probably unnecessarily convoluted plan that's being enacted here.
Mm-hmm.
Where she's going to do whatever she's going to do, and the rest of them are supposed to do whatever they're doing.
Well, she's going to turn the wheel, obviously.
Oh, you think that's it? Just go turn the wheel?
I was being facetious, but I could see them doing. Why not? Everyone gets a turn on that wheel, doesn't it? The donkey wheel. It's like Wheel of Fortune. Turn the wheel. See if your fortune comes true.
If she turns the wheel, won't she get transported to Tunisia?
Maybe in the past, Jen will turn the wheel, as she in the present will turn the wheel, and they'll both end up in Tunisia together.
Oh, yay!
And they can both go back and be with the baby.
Nice. They can finally have that honeymoon.
They can have the honeymoon. I think the honeymoon's over. Oh, man.
Jen, yeah. Okay. Well, okay. They could do that. I have no idea. Yeah, I agree. I have no idea where this is going. Anyway.
Yeah, like I said before, at the beginning of the season, I think, is, we just got to strap in our seatbelts and ride the roller coaster. But I think I said on the forums or somewhere that, The roller coaster is now a spaceship.
Right.
And we're passing we're past Earth, and we're just spiraling into outer space with these plot lines here. So
yeah.
The point at which we could sort of predict what's going to happen, I think it's behind us, and they're crazy. I don't even know.
Very crazy. So another thing about this bit that I've been reading a lot about. I didn't actually hear both times I watched it. I didn't actually hear it.
I didn't either.
I was listening, but I didn't catch it. Anyway, supposedly when the co-pilot's doing the Mayday, you hear the numbers. The numbers transmission, from the island, and everyone's saying that this is true, so I guess I believe them.
It's in the transcript.
Yeah. It's in the transcript, and a lot of people have heard it, so okay, I guess it's there. And so I guess I'll talk about it like it really happened. But it's kind of weird, of course, because they're in the present, essentially, on the island, and first of all, Danielle stopped the numbers message I guess now it's like 19 years ago.
Yep.
And then when they went to shut it off to call the boat people, they shut it off completely. There was no, they shut Danielle's thing down, so it sort of doubly shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
So that's kind of weird. I don't know what to make of that. There's always various possibilities that I think of when something like this happens. I think, this could just be sloppiness. They could have just messed up. They thought it'd be cool to put the numbers on there and didn't think through the continuity of it all. Secondly, sort of the same thing, except they have some half-assed explanation that someone went back and turned it on again in the years between. Which is possible. It's not impossible that someone went and turned it back on. There were people on the island. I don't know why they would do that, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, and maybe they have some reason why they think that would happen. They could say, or that's something I was going to say later. They could say, well, Jacob told them to do it or something. Some nonsense
or
like that.
Or whatever the original reason for it to be broadcasting, they realize they need that reason is still valid.
Or that, sure.
That they need to turn it back on.
Yeah, I think the original. Actually, yeah, I think the original thing was Dharma, wasn't it? I don't even know.
I don't know either.
Anymore.
I don't think. Here. I guess because that's what I was going to bring up is the fact that, that message was. That message should have been broadcasting sometime while Dharma was there. But they didn't turn it off. Themselves, And then Danielle, of course, goes to turn it off, or change the broadcast. I don't really know what to make of this. Another thing that's thrown in the ring here is they sort of are in the midst of this weird time traveling thing. They hit the barrier of the island when they came through. It could be some sort of strange remnant from the past that they're picking up on the radio. I guess I can go back to season 1 when Hurley had that music on his radio. Do we ever figure out what that's about?
No, we didn't. Yeah, that was weird.
So,
that's definitely another possibility. What they have going on in the show right now, they could definitely say that that just wasn't from that time or something.
It seems like it's more of an atmosphere thing. It's a small detail. If it came a little bit earlier in the progression of the scene, I would definitely be like, oh, they're picking it up from 1977 or something. But it sort of comes after they have already crossed over into the present. Or stayed in the present.
Yeah.
But they've come to the island, I guess you'd say. So it's a little weird, but I would say that's probably that's my explanation. That's what I'm going to go with. Is I mean, maybe someone turned it back on, but I think the simple explanation is something just akin to they're picking it up from the due to the time travel and the distortion and the barrier and all that stuff.
Mhm.
Simple answer like that.
Yeah. No problem. That'll work.
Simple mechanics.
So right. So the other thing in this scene is the airport. I mean the runway.
Now, if they built an airport,
that was a deleted scene.
Dharma baggage check-in is over here. Or I guess others' baggage check-in.
Yeah. The runway.
The runway.
They specifically addressed the runway in the latest official podcast, and so I'm just going to go ahead and say what they said about it. But before I do that, I want to see what you think. What would you be inclined to say about the runway, as far as like what do you think? What do you think the reasons? Why do you think they built that runway? Originally.
Yeah, that's the question is, did they build the runway for that plane to land? Is the obvious question. I mean, obviously, you build a runway, you expect it to be used, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a given. But do they expect it to be used by that plane? I would have to say yes. Because I think, we got the end of the episode with Ben finding out Saeed's name. We've got all of this. These
oh God,
central,
I didn't even think about what that means.
Oh, that's huge. That is huge. We've got these central lost. We got the central losties who are back in the 70s, creating all kinds of paper trails and documents with their real names on them. Except for, I guess the three with the real names are Jack, Kate, and Hurley. I guess everyone else might be using fake last names.
Yeah, it's weird. It seems they had the chance to give them aliases and they didn't.
Yeah,
so I thought that was
strange.
pretty weird. I had assumed that the rest of them were using fake last names, but now I'm starting to think maybe Sawyer's the only one who did that, and the rest of them were just using their real names.
I mean, it's weird to me to have a Juliet Burke in Dharma in 1977, and then in the early 2000s, she comes to the island, and with the same name, and Ben or anyone else who has rifled through old Dharma stuff, come on, you're telling me like her name doesn't appear anywhere on any manifest there's plausible deniability there, sure, 30 years ago or whatever, and he wiped them out, he didn't care.
Yeah, she's not like a huge part of it.
I just realized that when the therapist tells Juliet Ben wants you or whatever because you look like her, I hope she's not talking about herself. Like young Ben in the 70s has a crush on older Juliet.
Yeah. You look just like yourself.
You look just like this woman who was you.
Yourself in the future / past.
That's the kind of world we're dealing with right now. That could be true.
It really could be. Oh God, no, that can't be what that means. She means Annie, right? I was sure she meant Annie.
Oh man.
Yeah, you're right. That's oh God, that would be so weird.
Yeah, it would be weird. Add it to the list. So in terms of the runway, I think we're going to come to find, at least I suspect that we're going to come to find that Ben and a lot of the major players, a lot of the reasons that they knew and did certain things in the future is predicated on these people coming back in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And then if they didn't do that, things would be a bit different. But that statement doesn't mean anything on this show.
Right.
So do I think that they built that for that plane? I want to say yes.
Okay.
I don't know how they knew the plane was going to be there. Obviously, I guess The plane lands in the future. Yeah, the plane lands after they built the runway, but some of the people who were on the plane go back in the past. So, I mean, all it really takes, right, is for somebody of authority to say, we need to build a runway because the plane lands here in 2007. Like, I feel like that might be possible to do, so, I mean, there you go. So now I'm curious to hear what Carl and Dara say. They're either going to support me or be like, you're totally wrong.
So here's the final word. Of course, they weren't all that detailed about it, but what they, as usual, you'll probably have more questions that I won't be able to answer. But they basically said we're supposed to think that at some point Jacob said, build a runway, there, and they didn't address whether he told them why or anything like that. They just said we're supposed to think that Jacob told them to build a runway, and so they built a runway.
Okay.
And that's sort of it.
All right.
So, yeah, so there you go.
So we don't know if it's specifically for that plane, but it has to be, right? I mean,
yeah, I feel like the idea is that Jacob told them to build the runway for that plane. Like, I guess I feel like Jacob, if anybody could know, I think Jacob could know.
Yeah.
That was coming.
Now, why didn't he tell them to build it longer?
Maybe they didn't get the chance to finish it because they ran off.
All right, good answer.
Just trying. I'm trying. You're right, though.
Yeah,
it should have been longer.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It pretty much
it's pretty
worked
crazy
out.
it's first of all crazy that that's what they were building was a runway. It's crazy that Sawyer asked Juliet what it was, and she said, didn't she say a runway for aliens or something?
Yeah, for the aliens to land.
For the aliens to land, and I'm thinking, okay, Frank's an alien. Yeah, it's all crazy. It's all very crazy. Here's the thing, and this is what I don't like, is a lot. When you do things like build a runway for a plane, it's going to come because the people who left the island who weren't supposed to got back on it, and half of them went back in time and half of them didn't, and the plane was like, it just seems to me like there's all of these like elements involved in this thing. I just don't understand, like, what's the whole point? Like, they weren't supposed to leave the island, but they did. And so Jacob knew that they were going to come back, so he had to build a runway.
Right.
But it just seems like where's the actual what's the word I'm looking for? Like, how much of this stuff is reacting to the event, and how much of this stuff is creating the event and knowing what the events are going to happen?
Yeah.
It seems like if you wanted to, you could just, if you're Jacob, stop them from leaving the island, and they wouldn't need to come back, and they wouldn't need the runway.
I have to say, I'm definitely starting to get the sense that Jacob can't really do anything.
Yeah.
That, he might know a lot and have, demands or whatever of things that should be done, but I think I'm getting the sense he doesn't really have the power to just carry things out on his own, and that he needs to make people do things to have what he wants done.
But that's what's weird is, Jacob was supposed to save Juliet's sister, from cancer. Like, did he?
I forgot about that. Don't remind me of that. That really messes up my whole theory.
That's the thing. Is like,
okay.
That
definitely suggests he can do stuff.
Maybe he doesn't have power anymore. He did ask Locke for help. There's the sense that he's sort of imprisoned or something.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe.
Yeah, and I guess I would want to say that comes from the same kind of thing that makes people heal when they come to the island. But I guess maybe I just don't think he can sort of really direct events to such an extent. I mean, I guess he can do certain things. That's I have to admit that.
Mhm.
But it seems like his power is limited to a certain degree. There's
Is all of this just to lead to his resurrection or to his escape or to his what? I mean, or is this all for the war that's coming?
Oh God. I'm assuming this is about the war that's coming.
Okay.
I'm assuming, and somehow I guess he has a preferred side in the war or something, and maybe he's. I don't even know who's in the war and what the war is about, so it's hard to know exactly what role that plays in everything. It's weird when they say stuff like that. It doesn't seem like that war's coming anytime soon. I kind of feel like that's a season 6 plot.
Oh, totally.
And for right
well,
now,
they have to train an army.
Yeah.
How long does it take to train an army? 4 seasons.
Oh God. Yeah. Well, I guess it was Widmore who said that. So Widmore's probably one of the sides. Or at least he's on one of the sides. Since he said the wrong side's going to win. But I don't know what the wrong side is. And is Jacob on the wrong side? That would be weird. Who's the other people?
Can I throw a wrench in this whole thing and make your mind boggle even more?
Oh no. Okay. Let me sit down.
What if the war Widmore's talking about in some way was the purge? Was that the war between the hostiles and Dharma?
No. There's a war coming, and he's talking about the thing in the past?
Well, yes. Because, I mean, honestly, a lot of the people who are involved in this do go back in time.
Well, that's hard to argue.
And the wrong side could win.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah. Oh, God.
I don't know. That's just the war that I know about.
Yeah. I mean, definitely in a sense, the conflict between the hostiles and Dharma was a sort of a war.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't quite a classic war, but it was definitely an extended armed conflict between two groups.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess I don't think that's it, but the way the show's been going, I kind of wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it's really weird.
If they went down that road, I guess they'd have to change it, right? I mean, we know what happened, supposedly, right? And if they're really going to stick to this, you can't.
They did bring that up too. In this episode they brought up the purge and all the bodies. Yeah.
Yeah, they did, and that's one of the things about the infiltration that that it just can't go on forever, because at a certain point that's going to happen, and what are they going to do? Like try to take the other side?
That long though. I mean that's
it is a long time in the future.
I mean,
that's true.
Yeah, I mean they've got a long time before they even have to deal with that, and I don't expect them to be in 1977 for much longer.
I'm just saying, if they didn't have any reasonable prospects for getting out of that time period, they would have to think about it. It is a long way away, but it's sort of not long enough for them to just live out their lives.
Yeah.
And so they'd have to figure out what they're going to do during the purge, and if they're going to try to join the others or something, which would be really weird. Knowing that they're going to win. I agree that that's not going to happen, though.
Well, they can't. Yeah, they can't because they didn't.
Right.
They can't join the others.
Good point.
They sort of didn't, and Ben would have mentioned that, and yeah.
I would hope so. He really should be bringing that up to somebody at some point. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so and that is later. So yeah, no, I guess I don't think it is the Purge. I guess I feel like it's going to be a newer thing.
Mhm.
Sort of the final present day conflict of the show. Whatever that is. They're always very vague on loss. It's like, you have to do this, and you can kind of like maybe never find out why.
Well, why does it matter?
Like Locke had to sacrifice Boone, but like I'm still really unclear why he had to do that.
To prove his loyalty to the island.
Yeah, but
because Boone was supposed to die. Yeah, easy it is when all you have to do is just put an island as supposed to, and just make up a sit-in.
See, I know. I mean, that's what they say, and that's true. I know, but somehow it doesn't really say that much. There's nothing specific about it, and they do a lot of that. We're destined to do this, and so we have to. Otherwise, something bad. But they're not specific about that either.
Mm-hmm.
What if Locke didn't let Boone die? What would have happened then?
Everything.
So yeah, I don't know. At some point I would like a conflict to become like somewhat clear.
Mm-hmm.
So I have some idea of like what the stakes are. And
well, look at them leaving the island. The consequence was the people who stayed time shifted.
Yeah.
And we're gonna die because of the time shifting.
Yeah, but the strange catch to that was that Locke turning the wheel sort of stopped that from happening. Not them coming back. They didn't come back until 3 years later, and they were fine. They're in the past, but they're not in imminent danger.
Mhm.
So that's what's weird about it. It's the way they wrote it, it's not clear exactly why it was so important that they come back yet. Maybe they'll have it, work at some point, but like it still seems to me like someone just needed to go down there and fix the wheel. And that was the only problem.
Well, now the new problem is they're stuck in 77.
Well, okay, yeah, I guess that's a problem.
So they come back and I don't know. Why were they all going to die?
Wait, what?
Why were they all going to die?
I mean, they were all going to die if Locke didn't leave.
Well, if he didn't turn the wheel.
If he didn't turn the wheel, yeah.
Yeah. But they were supposed to die because the people left.
Yeah, that's the that's the part that's frustrating because they say that it's because they left, but they show that it's because of the wheel.
It seems like the best you could do, or the best I could do, is to say they were going to die. Everyone needs to come back to the island. And the way to get people to come back to the island was to get Locke to go convince them.
Mm-hmm.
And if they didn't come back to the island, Locke wouldn't go convince them. And his going to convince them entailed him to turn the wheel, which is what saved them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the best I can do is to make that connection that their coming back is linked to Locke turning the wheel.
Yeah.
So they're kind of saying it's the same thing, but it's not.
Yeah, because it just, it seems like, I guess with the idea of destiny and things have to happen a certain way, I guess those things are kind of
linked,
inseparable.
Yeah,
in the universe, but just like hypothetically, like there's no, apart from a completely deterministic universe, there's no reason why someone else couldn't have gone down there and turned the wheel and had the same effect, or Locke couldn't have gone down there and turned the wheel for another reason.
Or Locke turns the wheel, he goes to Tunisia, he ends up dying, they never come back.
Yeah.
But the people on the island are still fine, presumably.
Yeah.
At least for 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, there's no reason why that stuff can't happen. There's nothing completely intrinsic except for the fact that those are the things that happen. So so they are linked because they always were linked, and the usual thing that happens. So I don't know. I see what you mean though, and I guess that's what we'll have to settle for. I guess I expected a more direct link between the people leaving and the bad things.
Oh.
And the people returning and the end of the bad things.
Hey, how about this?
Okay.
If they stay here, this is weak.
Oh no.
If they stay here, I feel like I need to give a name to Juliet, Sawyer, and Miles and Jen, that crew. I think they need their own name.
Okay.
The Infiltrators, I don't know. Not the Three Scientivos.
Right, no, that's
luckily
completely separate crew, which is now split up.
Yeah, that crew's dead and split up, and So I'm thinking maybe the threat of was that if they don't come back to the island. Okay, here's the premise. The Oceanic 6 coming back to the Oceanic 5 coming back to the island. It is part of the way that Sawyer's group, LaFleur and his guys and girls, are going to get back to the present, which is their safety. Because if they stay here during Dharma time, then for whatever unknown reason, they would end up dead, either just by conflict with the hostiles over time or by the purge eventually.
Yeah.
So the idea is this is what is saving them, is bringing these people back. Because I still feel like it's fractured. I still feel like the island shouldn't be happy with this.
Yeah.
The island shouldn't be happy with these guys sort of in the wrong time.
Yeah.
And sort of in this weird quasi-state. So I feel like the island won't be happy until people are back where they're supposed to be.
It just isn't the immediate peril. But, yeah, I agree. I think that's the idea.
Well, yeah, I guess it's our fault for assuming it was an immediate danger.
Yeah.
Because they were in immediate danger at first.
But, yeah.
But in the long-term thing. So.
It's sort of like things are still wrong. They're just not, they can take their time to fix them.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Something like that.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Why not?
So, next scene?
Yeah.
We spent a good time on, it's been like almost an hour, and we got through the first scene. Good. That's good pacing, I think.
Wow, you're right. What the fuck?
I don't know.
How did that happen?
Didn't think we even talked about much.
I know, that's really confusing. I feel like there's something wrong with that.
Have we been time shifting?
Yeah, like
do we need to go back to the island? Oh man.
Yeah, there's no way that discussion was that long. That's so weird. Okay, well, whatever. The rest of the scenes don't have anything to talk about, right?
Yeah, it's all downhill from here, I'm sure.
They really packed everything into that first scene.
So next scene, we go back to 1977. We pick back up on Jack, Kate, Hurley, coming to meet with Jen, coming to meet Sawyer at the North Point. The big reunion here. So everyone kind of, oh, you're alive, great, a couple of hugs, a handshake, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
So let's see, where are we?
That was all the stuff that I expected in the last episode.
Yeah, right.
That we did.
Instead of the wistful, like, staring.
Yeah, the long staring. Which was good, but, yeah, they had to do this eventually. They couldn't just stare at each other forever.
No. It's not a staring contest.
No.
So everyone's talking, and then Sawyer regales at the fact that they're all there and that Locke actually did it. He was able to get them back. Jack tells Sawyer that, I guess, and Jen, that Locke is dead. Doesn't matter how, he's gone now. They always say things like that. It's just, especially Jack. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I'm really fed up with that. I understand it's kind of a little trick to keep them from having to go into it. If he says Locke killed himself, that, that's hard to just brush off.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of easier if he just says this and they can immediately move on.
Yeah. So then Hurley asks why Sawyer and Jen are in the Dharma jumpsuits. Sawyer then tells him that they're part of the Dharma Initiative now. Jack assumes that means the Dharma came back to the island, but no, the bomb that Sawyer has to drop is that they're all back in 1977.
Oh, no.
And then Hurley goes, what? And then that's the scene.
Hey.
So yeah, this whole time I was watching this scene, I'm thinking, who's going to say it first? Who's going to say it first? So please someone acknowledge that they're 1977.
Yeah.
Because these guys don't know that.
Yeah.
Which is huge. I mean, that's just huge. I mean, coming back to the island is a huge, huge thing. But being, 30 years in the past, when I guess most of these people were very young kids, is really crazy.
Yeah. I kind of I was initially surprised that they were surprised that they were in 1977 because I've gotten so used to it. I just thought they should already know.
Mm-hmm.
But it does they really shouldn't. There's no reason why they know that. And I like the idea that Jack thinks Dharma just came back to the island at some point.
Mhm. Oh, Jack.
I mean, what else,
that's a logical conclusion.
The first reasonable thing to think, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't jump to time travel first.
Yeah, that'd be weird. Like, we're in Dharma. What? We went back 30 years? Like, yeah, then we'd be talking about why Jack thought that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, he said the thing that he should have said.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree. They found that pretty fast, and it's nice. They take it pretty well, I have to say.
It seems to me that they're all there. Yeah, I mean, they take it sort of well in this scene, but I don't think any of them have really processed what's going on in this whole episode.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? It's just they're all hanging in there, and
yeah,
I don't know if they've had time to process it yet.
Yeah, they're kind of just going with it, leaving all the thinking to Sawyer.
Mhm. Next scene?
Yeah.
Let me find what the next scene is then.
Okay.
So yeah. Wait, where am I? Okay, the next scene is the continuation of this scene, where they're talking about what's been going on. Sawyer says it's been Kate tells Sawyer it's been 3 years from the chopper, since the whole chopper thing, that they've been on the island with Dharma for 3 years. Miles tries to get LaFleur in on the or actually, is it Jen? Yeah, he's calling Jen. Jen says if he doesn't respond soon, they'll send out a patrol. He wants to know what are we going to do with these guys. Hurley comments that Jen's English is awesome, which I thought is a very nice detail for Hurley to pick up on. Good for you, Hurley. So Sawyer's trying to figure out a way to bring them back to Dharmaville, and Hurley wonders what happened to everyone else on the plane. They should be out there. This is sort of news to Sawyer that there's other people, Saeed, Lapidus, and Son. So Jen hears this. He gets excited. He wants to figure out if a plane landed, so he's going to go talk to Rosinski.
What?
I know. Probably some other Rosinski, not the last door map Rosinski. Probably some other random Rosinski. It's a common name. It really is.
Yeah.
I met 5 Rosinskis last week at a grocery store.
Wow.
Yeah. None of them were drawing blast door maps.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good.
So Jen tries to run off. Sawyer says, "Hold on, we got to think about this," but he's pretty much gone. Sawyer tells the new arrival guys to stay put until he can figure out what to do and explain where they came from. And Kate asks, other than Jen and Sawyer, who else is on the island? And cut to explaining who else is on the island. I'll just finish the scene up here. We're in the observation room, which I believe is the same room that we saw Ben in, right? Or is this? Haven't we seen Ben and Juliet in this room or something? Or
yeah,
that was in the Hydra.
Yeah, there's a similar observation room in the Hydra, which we definitely saw. I don't know if we've seen this before, except for in LaFleur. I think this is where the Hootenanny was. This was the
location of the famed Dharma Hootenanny of 77. So we're in this observation room. Juliet comes in and asks Miles if he's seen James. She tells him that he ran out this morning without saying where he was going. And then he spots James on the monitor. And I guess I'll finish this next.
Okay, yeah, it all kind of runs together.
Related. So we cut to Juliet and Sawyer's house. Sawyer is grabbing clothes for the Losties, the new arrivals. And he tells Sawyer that they're back, and she has no idea who he's talking about. And he says Jack, Kate, and Hurley. She's kind of stunned by this whole thing. He tells them that they're all at the North Point waiting for him to figure out what they're going to do. And, he also mentions that they said they were on a plane. So he's trying to figure out what to tell them and how to get them back into Dharma. And Juliet mentions that there's a sub coming in the afternoon. Yay.
I'm sure that has nothing to do with anything.
She just said that randomly.
Yeah.
It means nothing, yeah.
Just a little, random thoughts from Juliet.
There's a sub coming in the afternoon. Rain is wet.
I like lemonade.
Sunshine is bright. Random statements that are true.
I prefer mittens to gloves.
Surely that can't be true. Who prefers mittens to gloves?
I don't know.
I don't know anyone over the age of 10 who prefers mittens to gloves.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's ridiculous, but I don't know. Maybe Juliet would for some reason.
Maybe she would. It always freaks me out. You know how they have toe socks, which are basically like gloves for your feet?
Yeah.
Which means that regular socks are like mittens for your feet. Like,
right.
That's weird to me. Because you would never, you rarely would wear mittens on your hands,
yeah.
but you wear mittens on your feet all the time.
That's right. That's right.
To me, it's weird to wear gloves on your feet, which are those toe socks.
Very weird. Yeah.
But you wear gloves in your hand all the time. So I guess I'm illustrating the differences in uses between feet and hands.
I think so. Yeah. I would probably say the toes aren't as crucial as the fingers are. So it's not such a big deal to have them not have their individual wrapping.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah.
Hands are needed more than feet.
Yeah. Write that one down.
Write it down. Tell your congressman.
The classic right there.
Invest in hands.
Yes. Hands are the future.
All right.
Just made that up.
So what do you got for these scenes here?
What all happens?
Everything.
God, there's so much. Let's see.
So we started with them saying, hey, it's been 3 years for me, it's been 3 years for you, that whole thing.
Yeah, we already knew that.
One of the lines I liked in this first part of the scene here is when Sawyer says, Jin is reacting to hearing that Sun is potentially on the island, so he wants to figure out where the plane is, and so he immediately runs to go talk to Rosinski, and Sawyer yells at him, hey, hold on, we got to think about this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a cool little line because the whole thing Sawyer sets up later is that he's a man of thought, and not reaction.
Right.
So that was cool that they have this sort of as a precursor to his little speech to Jack.
Yeah, I didn't register that, but that definitely makes sense. And of course, it also makes sense that Jen would react in this situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally.
It's hard to just sit there and think about it. I mean, I don't blame him, but it was definitely crazy that sort of he knows who Radzinski is, and he's gonna go. He's just gonna go talk to him. Like, it's just, I don't know. It was exciting to hear the name, but it really blew me away that Jin's just like, I know, I'll just go talk to Radzinski about this.
Yeah, it's all kinds of craziness. And also, now that I think about it, this pretty much means that if Kelvin didn't come into the island until after the Gulf War, that means Radzinski's pretty old when he's bunking with Kelvin.
Yeah, that would be probably, I want to say, that'd be like 15 years later after this. 15?
Yeah. That's it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So just a little bit older then.
Yeah. Well, 15 years, that's a good chunk of time.
Yeah. Well, it's not 30 years like I was thinking.
Oh, you're thinking 30? Yeah, no. Because they're in 1977, so if he gets there like 92, which I think is about the right time, that should be 15.
Okay.
If I'm doing my math right, which I might not, as we learned on the Mr. Podcast. Because sometimes F5 just sounds like 20. Oh, and I want to add something. I was thinking, so actually 20 in hexadecimal is 14. So I throw that out there.
All right. No one's going to know what you're talking about.
20 in hexadecimal is 14. I just think that's cool.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, so just sit on that one for.
Sounds like a code. Sounds like some enigmatic.
It really does. I really could be giving messages to the Soviets.
I just came back from Washington D.C. and I want to let the listeners know that 20 is 14. Repeat, 20 is 14. Yeah, that seems weird.
If anybody would like to know more about that, you can email me. at thelostlowdown@gmail.com, or you can send me a private message on the forum at tllld.net. Thank you.
And you're going to explain why 20 is 14?
I'll explain as much as you want to know about why 20 is 14.
Oh, as much as people want to know. Wow, that's a nice challenge.
That's right. I'm inexhaustible.
On why 20 is 14?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's a topic that I never want to stop talking about.
Well, can we stop now?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to, but I will.
Not that you want to, but yes.
Exactly. Wait, how did we get on this?
There's no reason.
What were we talking about? Okay, sorry.
We're talking about Jen reacting, and Sawyer's the man of thinking.
Oh, okay.
That's the last relevant thing I think we mentioned. Oh, and Rosinski, and the whole thing with Rosinski. Oh, and Rosinski's age.
Oh, it was the age. It was the number of years and whether I got it right.
Math
That's what made me think of it. Okay. Anyway, it is a number of years later, and he looks like he's, somewhat old at this point. I would say he looks like he's in his maybe late 30s or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But Calvin was not that young either, so So I guess that works. But it's kind of like his. I wonder how much more we'll find out about his character arc. Where he goes from here. How he goes from this to actually working in the Swan. And what the Swan was in. Okay, I'm just going to bring that up later because that doesn't fit into this stuff at all.
Yeah.
Let's see what else happened here. The clothes and who else is here and I think
Sawyer asked Juliet where his baggy sweatshirt with the bulldog on it is, and that's the one he's looking for Hurley, and I don't know any reason why he has a sweatshirt that's big enough for Hurley, because it would sort of drown him, just literally. But I just thought that was funny. Or strange or something.
Oh, the baggy sweatshirts for Hurley. Wow.
Yeah.
I just thought that was, wow. Okay. Yeah,
he just has
a gigantic sweatshirt.
Yeah,
maybe in the back of his mind he was thinking, like, Hurley can use this if he ever shows up.
So he kept it he found it somewhere or something?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know where they get their clothes from. But,
that's pretty unclear. Because they didn't have clothes. They must be getting them from Dharma somehow.
Yeah.
So, I'm guessing he somehow, went to the large section and just, got a big old sweatshirt.
But he's been wearing it because it's dirty. My problem is not that he has it so much as the idea that he would be actually wearing it and
maybe it's
using
just nice
it.
to lounge around in a huge sweatshirt.
Huge sweatshirt. Because I'm sure it's always cold on the island.
That's what tropical islands are like, right?
Mm-hmm. They're like deserts. They're freezing at night, and they're really hot during the day, right?
There you go. Yeah.
All right. Problem solved.
Yeah, I'll take it.
And I did like the little thing of Juliet telling him that there's a sub coming in the afternoon that sort of solves his problem of figuring out, or helps him solve the problem of figuring out what to do.
Mm-hmm.
They're a good team, that's Sawyer and Juliet, and I think it does say something that they have all managed to live safely as a part of Dharma for 3 years. That's a pretty big feat, and
definitely.
And then like I said, LaFleur Part 2, right? There's so many scenes where Sawyer has to sort of solve things, and he does a good job. I think if there was ever any benefit to his being a con man, it's now. He's good at working people in situations. So it's definitely a benefit.
Probably his longest con ever.
It better be. Unless he tells us at the end of next season, my name is not James Ford.
Oh no,
it's something else.
Yeah, you're right. That would win. But it worked out well because he sort of gets to do what he's good at, and it also seems like it changed him. Like he got to use sort of the good parts of what he learned how to do, but it does also seem like he's sort of grown somewhat.
Oh, totally.
By doing this, that he has a very different outlook on life than he used to. So. That's kind of nice.
He's not selfish anymore. Sawyer is not selfish anymore. I mean, he started out being obviously selfish.
Yeah.
And he's not like that anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. And he thinks. He just thinks so much.
He's just such a thinker. Jeez.
I mean, I didn't get the impression he thought that much in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So like he's
well, see, he wasn't really in charge a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
But in terms of getting out of situations, he apparently prefers to think his way out.
Yeah, yeah, which is good.
When you have time to think, it's definitely worthy to do so.
Mhm. Yeah, it can help.
And I guess Jack's defense would be he never even considered that they had time to think.
Right.
I mean, he did think, but
he did some thinking. Yeah.
He did think. Yeah.
Sure.
his thinking was always, how can I react to this? Zing.
Ouch. And a zing.
All right, next scene?
Yeah.
All right, so next scene, we're down at the Flame Station, apparently.
Not that again.
We gotta rebuild that set, huh, guys?
Apparently. Wow. Yeah.
So we're down at the Flame. Jin rushes in, and he's furiously looking at things and trying to check reports and stuff. And Brzezinski's there working on a model of the Swan Hatch, which will probably never come to anything, so don't worry about that, guys.
Yeah.
Brzezinski's yelling at him, telling him not to touch his stuff, that nobody handles the gear but him. Jin tells him he needs to check the radar logs because he wants to know if a plane landed on the island. Brzezinski, basically says, don't you think if a plane landed, I'd be, doing something, I would have called someone, alerted someone. Jin says maybe you missed it, and he wants Brzezinski to check the other stations, and after a little bit of roughing up, he decides to. Because sometimes you got to be rough, huh, Jin? So Brzezinski calls the other stations and asks if anyone's seen a plane to call back and check in with him. And Brzezinski asks Quan why he's so hot and bothered about the plane.
Oh, there we
so
go.
Important. And, And Jin says, it just is.
Mm-hmm.
So bad.
Yeah, that's definitely
It's the setup line, for the next scene.
Yeah.
I mean, if a plane lands on the island and you're part of security, I think you have an intrinsic need and want to be interested in that. So that's the kind of thing that gets me when they do things like this, with Brzezinski asking, like, why is this so important? There's a certain level at which it's obviously important, So it's like, are you asking the question because you don't get that it's obviously important?
Yeah.
But, and then Jin doesn't give him a really good answer.
Right.
Jin's answer could have been, it's my job.
Yeah.
This is a secure island in the middle of, you got two different factions here who are at a truce, and you got some random plane crashing or landing. We need to figure it out.
Mhm.
But anyway, that's what they do. They do lines like that. So
yeah,
gotta live with it. So this scene, you want to talk about anything? Anything maybe someone's building or planning or
maybe. I also have to know. Yeah, so he says Quan here, so I think that means that Jen's just using his regular name.
Mhm.
No aliases. And I think this is part of what made me think they were all doing that, except Sawyer.
Yeah, I get the sense of that now.
But yeah, back to the model. So I guess based on this, we know that, for example, the Flame was built before the Swan. And so yeah, the Swan. I mean, that's something we talked about a long time ago, like what order they did things in, and he's still in the model building stage. So this is pretty early. So the Swan, I guess the Swan's pretty late. Dharma's been there for at least 3 years at this point.
I mean, depending on how long it takes to build the Swan, it could be that Kelvin and Brzezinski weren't in there that long.
Yeah.
And that's kind of interesting.
There's also, I mean, the orientation film for the Swan talks about the incident, and that was why they had to set up the numbers. And at this point, presumably that hasn't happened yet. So presumably the Swan's being designed for some other reason or purpose. And he's not just designing a room where you can enter the numbers every 108 minutes. I'm assuming this is supposed to be like I'm assuming it's supposed to be the original incarnation of Swan, whatever we're supposed to do. initially?
The psychological experiment.
Or
have we dropped that forever?
In my mind, I dropped it, but who knows? I guess it could be resurrected. I'm assuming that there was something real there.
Well, here's the thing. To me, it's weird that Rosinski, given what the Swan Station becomes, it's weird to me that he's designing it. It seems, I mean, I don't know if he's just making a model because, like, he has the ability to do that and the skills to sort of make the model. I don't know if he's making a model or if he's designing it. You know what I mean? There's a difference there.
Mm-hmm.
He does have the plans of where they're going to build it, which would be important if you're designing it. But so that's the thing that's unclear for me is how much is he the head of his project? I mean, he seems like he's just the guy who's monitoring the controls, like at the Flame, like Mikal ended up doing later.
Mm-hmm.
So it's weird to me if Rosinski is the sort of Dr. Chang of the Swan. Like Chang is sort of responsible for the Looking Glass.
The Orchid.
I mean, the Orchid.
Yeah.
That's weird to me.
Yeah. So you think he's just making a model because he's good at making models, and they just handed him this project?
I don't know. I don't know if he's just making a model of it because they need a model, or if he is actually the designer of the Swan. Like, they told him to create this thing for some reason.
Yeah,
like, it's weird to me to have that guy be the guy who's monitoring the control. It seems like that's more important.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like that. It seems like his primary job is working at the Flame, and in his spare time, he's designing the Swan. And it really seems like that doesn't make sense. It really should
when
be
you do something in your spare time, it's a hobby.
It really should be that the Swan project's more important. But maybe at this stage, like, it isn't. Maybe at this stage, the Swan isn't such a big deal.
Well, here's the thing: if they have, he says they have the plans of where they're going to build it. If that's the same location that they end up building it, that they built it there because of the pocket of energy.
Yeah.
So it seems to be that they should know that the pocket of energy is there already, which should directly influence the importance of this project.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It would be weird to me if it's like, hey, we need another station, and Rosinski's good at designing stations, and so Rosinski's going to design the Swan for whatever original purpose, and they're going to place it in this location. But then later, they find the pocket of energy in some other location, and they say, oh, we need a station here because, the incident happens or whatever, and we need a station here to press the button and all that, and they just decide to use the Swan plans because they already have them or something, and they build it on this new location. Like, that would be weird to me.
It's also weird that he ends up, staying there.
Mhm.
It's not, unless he just went there because of the purge or something like that. It's odd that he would actually go in there, and I mean that's not a fun job at all, and it's not very rewarding either, and so I can't imagine he would want to do that.
I reconcile that with the fact that if he is the sort of original creator of the Swan, then I could see him going down there and being a part of it because he's crazy. And
okay.
It's his baby or whatever. But that actually is interesting considering, you said maybe because of the purge, the whole quarantine thing on there, the whole thing about the sickness, needing the gas mask and the suit.
Yeah.
That ties into the purge.
Yeah, that hasn't come into play yet.
Yeah. I'm wondering if what was I going to say? I'm trying to think about the incident. Could the incident be the purge?
I don't think so. Well, here's a specific reason why I don't think so. The incident is mentioned in the orientation video, and I think that the people making it were killed in the purge.
Well, that is a good answer.
So, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I also just think that the incident was before it in the timeline quite a bit. But that's a concrete reason why I don't think the incident is the purge. I think the incident is something else.
Okay.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, maybe the incident comes up at some point.
Yeah. I mean, it could be a result of them trying to create the Orchid Station.
Yeah. Yeah. And then there's also that nuclear bomb.
There's that too.
You know, however that comes into play.
This says the incident probably occurred before 1980, which is the production date of the film. So they've got 3 years.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They've got about 3 years for the incident to happen.
Okay. So it actually has a production date. Well, that definitely nails it down. Unless they were lying, which they do for some reason sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we should talk about it here, but you know, I think it's worth mentioning again the whole idea of seeing a Dharma orientation video with Pierre Chang on it, and presumably having to watch these. And here's the thing: who saw the orientation video? Rosinski.
Yeah.
Isn't he the one who cut it up?
You're right.
He's
right.
the one who edited the film, so he knew that was Pierre Chang, right? He took
out the part about communication. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why the fuck did he do that? God. I forgot about that plot. That was so weird.
Mm-hmm.
I shall take out this part and hide it in a Bible halfway across
in another
the island.
station, yeah.
Why?
And here's the thing. Our whole idea of Rosinski creating the Blast Door map has totally changed now because he had, huge access before
he's
going
a
into the
big-time
Swan.
insider. It seems weird that he would create that. It seems like, why would he sit there and try to figure out the Dharma Initiative? It seems like he should have known a lot of that stuff.
Well, I think that's it. Is he did know a lot of that stuff, which is why he was, the idea that we had of him, running out into the jungle between 108 minutes to go find these locations and to survey things, and I don't think that's exactly what happened anymore. Now it's more like he knew which stations were where and what their purpose was and things like that. And,
so what purpose was it surveying? I mean, I guess,
maybe there is still some mystery involved. I mean, he can still have a plan, but
like originally, I thought the idea was he didn't know that much about the Dharma Initiative. Dharma Initiative certainly initially seemed very secretive, and I assumed that they were just plunked down there and handed the orientation video and just left. That was all they knew. They didn't know Pierre Chang or anything else like that, and so I guess I figured that I didn't think they were doing. I figured one person would push the button and the other person could just go explore for however long. I guess some reasonable length of time. Maybe half a day or something like that. And they were just trying. They lost contact. The purge happens, and so they start exploring and trying to figure out what's going on the island. Just out of necessity.
Yeah,
that was my impression, but it's based on the way they depict Rosinski here. That doesn't seem right.
To me, I mean, the Blast Door map had one big question mark, and it was in the middle, and that was the location of the Pearl, which sort of confirmed that, they were watching people on all these different stations.
Yes.
So, to me, maybe it was, the purge happens, Rosinski is either in the Swan Station or I feel like he's probably already in it. He's probably not, can't contact anybody because they're dead. And for whatever reason, he's trying to figure things out. Maybe he realizes that there's an extra component to the Dharma Initiative he didn't know about, centered around this Pearl Station. which is sort of the center focus of the blast door map. So I think that's sort of where the mystery is, he could have known about these other stations but not known about the Pearl.
Yeah.
And
the Pearl was different. It does seem like the Pearl should be something that not that many people know about, because it kind of ruins it if everyone knows there's this monitoring station.
Yeah.
Where they write down what you do.
Now, if the next episode of Rzucki's like, I'm going down to the Pearl, I'm going to be like, okay, well.
Yeah, that'll be really weird. Then we'll have to wonder why he put that big question mark there. I mean, I still don't quite understand why he did that, Even if he didn't know about it, why did he put a question mark there? Why did he think there was anything there?
Well, he probably thought there was some connection. I mean, I don't know what evidence he had, but he's got lines drawn to it and stuff like that. He's, probably trying to figure out what's going on and realizing that these stations are connected in a certain way, and he's seeing, anomalies and whatever he's figuring out, and all of this must lead to something else here.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, there's obviously, we don't know what his motivation is. It's all speculation.
Yeah, very much so. Based on what we see here, I mean, there's a huge gap to fill in there. So it definitely tells us something. I mean, it's clear that he wasn't just he wasn't like Kelvin, He was there from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
He was deep into it. So his perspective on Dharma was probably different.
That's just weird, though. I mean, I want to believe that he was deep into it, but it seems like everyone was recruited. I mean, so you can only be so deep. I mean, I don't know if he was a founding Dharma member or if he's just a recruit who they trusted to design the Swan or something.
Well, I just mean deep into it in that he was there since the 70s and he knew about the planning of the station itself. He wasn't just completely in the dark about what was going on.
Yeah.
But I agree.
Was he just recruited? Or?
I definitely don't think that he is on the level of like Pierre Chang or even the bigger people like Hanzo or De Groot or even Horus. I feel like he's like level below them. Like up there because he's involved in serious projects, but definitely not in the upper echelon. And I do feel like he was probably recruited. I mean, I'm not saying that for any particular reason, but I do think that. I also still believe he killed himself. We'll see if we ever find that out.
Yeah,
that'd be nice. I'd be happy and surprised if it turned out that he didn't. I do still think he actually did kill himself.
Next scene?
Yes.
Where are we? Oh, okay. So the next scene, we're back on the mini island. Sun is sort of looking around, and Alana comes and asks if she lost someone. Sun says, no, I was traveling alone. Frank gathers everyone around and tries to let them know the status of the situation. The radio's dead. He hasn't been able to call the situation in. But as soon as they figure out that they're not where they're supposed to be, that they're going to come looking for them, and so they just need to sort of stick together and wait. Caesar chimes in. He wants to know where they are, where the place, what this place is. Frank says he doesn't know because the island isn't on any of his charts. And Caesar's really suspicious. He references some buildings on the island, animal cages, and there's a bigger island a couple miles away. And so while this is going on, Frank tries to reassure him and says, we just need to gather some firewood and he's just trying to keep everyone safe. And Caesar sort of rallies the troops a bit better, takes control, says he wants to go search the buildings, maybe they have radio food. Ben is sort of sneaking off at this point, but not too fast for Sun to notice. And she sneaks off behind him, not too fast for Frank to notice. And then Frank kind of leaves and lets Caesar sort of, take control of the situation. So we get a little montage here of Ben going through the jungle and Sun following him, and then Sun loses him, and then Ben appears behind her and says, "Why are you following me?" And then Sun asks where he's going, and Ben says, "Back to our island. You want to come?" Awesome scene.
Oh, Ben. Oh, Sun. Oh, Frank.
Does Sun really think she could track Ben without, like come on, Sun, this is Ben here. I really thought, honestly, what was going to happen was the same thing of him appearing behind her, but I thought he was going to say something like, if I'm going to let you follow me, we might as well just walk together.
Mm-hmm.
Because of course, Ben is not stupid.
Right.
This is the first time he tries to sneak off somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very true. I give Sun points for trying, though.
She definitely gets points for trying. She, Sun has those moments, and there's one coming up.
Yeah.
Where she gets ballsy and she takes control, and she. It's usually interesting.
Yeah. She's on a mission, and she's really going to try to take action here. She's not just going to sit around and hope something happens.
Mhm.
So
sort of.
Sort of.
She's got a couple lines that are weird, but she's trying to find Jen. She's trying to figure out what's going on here. So.
Yeah. I mean, she doesn't really know what to do, but she wants to do something, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's the appearing behind thing is such a cliche at this point.
Yeah.
It's like, I feel like the others teach you how to do that. That's just one of their things.
I mean, all you have to really do is get far enough ahead of the person following you where they sort of can't see you.
Yeah.
And then quickly hide behind a tree and wait for them to pass you.
Yeah.
And then say, "Hey, why are you following me?"
Mhm.
Yeah, simple trick.
It comes across like magic, but
yeah,
it really is possible, kids. You too can do this.
The power of editing, really helps.
Yeah, it does.
It makes it seem like magic.
Yeah.
And the fact that she wasn't really tracking him so much, she was just following him. So
right.
I think if this was John, it would have been a bit different. He would have saw the foot trails circle around or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever Ben did. So.
Yeah. We do find out here, and of course more on this later, we do find out here that Ben was not in fact really injured on the flight.
Yes.
And even more than that, like he throws off his little sling later. Or is it here? I don't even remember.
I think it's in this scene he throws it off, and to me, I was wondering if that meant that the island healed his arm.
Yeah.
I he was sort of healed by now.
I was thinking it could go either way. Either the island healed it, or he was faking it for some reason.
I don't see how he could have been faking it.
It really. No, I agree. But with Ben, I always just suspect him of faking or lying.
Mm-hmm.
And when he took it off, it was just like, ha! I knew your arm wasn't hurt. But yeah, it's probably the island.
Yeah, even though they're on the mini island.
Yeah, well, it's part of the island.
So is it?
Yeah, I mean, Dharma's on there. It's right there. Sure. I think it's part of the island.
All right, it's in the barrier, so it counts.
I think so. Yeah.
All
yeah.
Right.
I think it moved. It moved with the island. So.
Because it's in the barrier.
Because it's in the barrier. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's a part of the island.
All right, next scene.
So, yeah, I think you're right. Yes.
So next scene, we've got Amy sort of sleeping in the hammock. Juliet comes up and gets the sub manifest, and Amy wakes up and sort of asks her what's going on, and Juliet tells her she just came to get the sub manifest, and Juliet asks if it's a full load. Amy tells her that 2 of the recruits dropped out at the last minute, and she wants Juliet to inform Pierre Chang, who that's a name it's weird that he's around. He's just hanging about, not doing videos.
Yeah.
So Juliet sort of turns attention to the baby. She picks the baby up and asks if Amy and Horace had decided on a name. And she said, yeah, we're going to name him Ethan. And that's when I vomited.
Yeah.
And then I think Juliet wanted to also. And she quickly puts the baby down. And Amy asks when Jim and Juliet are going to have their baby, and Juliet says she doesn't know. The timing's got to be right. And if only she could explain how bad the timing is right now, with 2 ex-lovers returning to the island.
Yeah.
Timing's not so good.
Yeah.
I want to point out something.
Not to mention them being in the past.
Not to mention them being in the past. I want to point out something that it's the kind of thing that you have to say for you to realize it, but it's sort of obvious. The fact that Ethan was born the night before like Jack, Kate, and Hurley came back to the island. Like, that's weird to me.
I didn't think about that. That is weird. I wanted to say a lot of things about what that means, but that wasn't one of them. Yeah, that is weird.
What happened, the first day Ethan was sort of alive, what was going on? Oh, well, these people who come to the island for the first time, 30 years from now came back. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's really.
I guess that is the question. When did they first get to the island? Can you answer that question?
When did who first get to the island?
When did the Losties first get to the island?
What does that mean?
I don't know. Exactly. When did they? I mean, it's weird.
Yeah, I want to say. Oh God, yeah. Depends on what you mean by that.
Exactly. It shouldn't be a hard question.
That's where we are now. It is a hard question. You could say a lot of things. Oh God. So, I wanted to mention that. Oh God, wait. What was I gonna say? Oh God, what's my train of thought? Okay, let me say my other things. Maybe I'll think of what I was just gonna say. The other things are. This means that if Sawyer and Juliet hadn't saved Amy from the others, there would be no Ethan. In a sense, they had a direct impact on Ethan's birth.
Not only that, they had a direct impact on Claire's ordeal because of Ethan.
That's right.
Everything else Locke got shot by Ethan. That's because of them. All of that stuff is directly related
Charlie
to that.
was hung up from a tree by Ethan. That guy Scott was killed by Ethan. All that is traceable to this thing where they save Amy. The other thing that's kind of weird is that Horace is Ethan's dad.
That's especially weird, and I gotta wonder if Horace's last name is Rom. Like, where did this Rom name come from?
Yeah, that isn't his last name.
Who is the Rom in this? Is it Amy Rom? Or
Amy
where does this Rom
I didn't think about that. Yeah, Horace's last name's Goodspeed. So he should be Ethan Goodspeed, but yeah.
Unless he made that up, or
oh, damn.
See, these are the things we have to deal with.
Fuck. I was gonna say I like / dislike. I guess I'm ambivalent about the fact that last week, by sheer simple process of elimination, we were able to get it down to 2 characters, one of which was correct.
Who was the other one we thought?
Desmond.
Desmond, yeah.
It was Desmond or Ethan, and we basically said if they want to make a bigger deal of it, they'll make it Desmond, and if they want to make a smaller deal of it, they'll make it Ethan.
Yeah.
And they went that way with it.
Yeah, when she said Ethan, it was like, oh, okay, good, we figured that. But then I was like, holy crap, vomit.
Yeah, it means a lot of things. It's still crazy, but it's sort of, it's retroactively crazy. I mean, because Ethan is sort of dead in the show.
I never thought we'd see so many babies on this show.
Yeah, me either.
So many young, so many different versions of people.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, that's become a running thing.
I think we've seen almost half the characters as children, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen a lot of them.
We've seen a lot of people as children or babies. It's really strange.
Yeah, that's true.
If they tell me that Aaron comes back to the island,
oh no,
for some reason in the future, and he ends up going really far in the past, and he's Richard Alpert, I am done with this show.
Oh no.
Or something weird like, I know that Aaron's blonde, but
yeah, that's the first
name,
thing that came to mind. There's no way he could turn into Richard Alpert.
Yeah, he's not Richard, but
but I know the way things have been going, it seems like some baby's going to be Richard Alpert.
Yeah, exactly, or some baby,
or some other character,
somebody else.
Yeah, it's definitely all about the babies this season. Babies and mother relation. Everybody's related to everybody. Who's whose mom? Who's whose dad? Who's whose sister, etc.
It's a family drama masquerading as a sci-fi, action thriller or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. Really, that's what it comes down to. It's really weird.
Yeah, there's a lot of strangeness here.
Because Miles might be Pierre Chang's baby, and I mean, obviously we had the Faraday thing, and we got young Charlotte hanging around.
I mean, that's all it's going to take is Miles hearing that Pierre's. I mean, if the name is the same, is hearing that the baby's name is Miles.
Yeah.
And he's going to be like, "That's weird."
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the baby's going to be like, "You're telling me."
I'm a baby.
And I know this is crazy.
Wow. That's a scary baby. Very savvy.
You think this is crazy for you? My brain's not even fully developed yet. I can barely process this. I'm thinking about all this in terms of goo goo gaga. This is hard for me. I'm a baby.
Yeah.
Oh, babies.
I know.
Why can't they really be like that? then babies would be interesting and scary.
Yeah. Definitely that. I hope that Sawyer and Juliet don't actually have a baby. I also hope that Kate's not. I hope we're not getting like new babies from the main cast.
Well, I mean, at some point, relatively soon, we should be getting to the point where you can't have a baby on the island.
That's true. Yeah.
And I got to tell you, if one of them turns out to be pregnant, and if that's the predication for them to, get out of that time period or get off the island, that'll be weird.
That will be weird. Could it be the case that the incident causes that effect?
Oh, I'm sure it could be.
All right.
The incident was apparently tied to electromagnetism and all that. So, I think that could be it. Yeah,
it definitely isn't going on yet. So, it kind of seemed like that was an others problem, but
that's an OP.
Right. Not a DP.
Not a DP. No.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
So I guess DP's Dharma's not down with OPP.
That's right.
Other people's problems? I don't know. Yeah, I said that.
Oh God, yeah, that's.
Guess I'm dating myself.
A little bit, but that's the best part. You can't beat a really, really dated reference like that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, every other scene is vomit-inducing, I think, just in terms of having to deal with, it's like a gut punch, like having to deal with these situations.
Yeah.
Juliet rocking little baby Ethan, it just, I mean,
yeah.
for her to have dealt with him and to have seen all the stuff that we haven't
Not
seen.
only that, she delivered him.
Oh, crap. I forgot.
I know, I just realized that.
Yeah. Oops.
She delivered him. Oh,
that's what's
God.
funny because, years ago, in terms of Juliet's timeline, if she's in some argument with Ethan, she'd be like, "Shut up! I delivered you."
I brought you into this world, and I can take you out.
But she hasn't done it yet, which is the worst part.
Right? Yeah. She has, but not really.
She has, but she hasn't.
She's going to do it, but she already did it.
Yeah, that's just a recipe for disaster. I don't know how they're doing this. But I do have to hand it to Carlton and Damon, and the loss in general is being in season 1, being in season 2, being in season 3, hell, being in season 4. You never would have saw this stuff coming. You never would have saw that the Losties were so a part of the history of the island like this.
Right.
Everyone had their ideas of where the show was going to go, and I think they surprised everybody. I don't know anyone who was like, "Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, I knew Juliet delivered Ethan," and all that stuff. I think everyone was surprised, which is, I think that's hard to do. Is to write something interesting, and that sort of makes sense. In a certain sense, and it be, not what people thought. It's not purgatory, guys. It's not purgatory.
Oh, no, it's really not. I agree. Even season 4, which I thought was as crazy as it could possibly get at the time, just doesn't even compare to this season. Like, season 4 seems so normal compared to this season. It was. I mean, God, there wasn't nearly the amount of insanity.
Yeah, totally.
And it was already kind of going there. It's already kind of getting crazy, but it was still pretty grounded, And now it's just like they're going into this island history and all these things that we've heard about over time, and we're learning things that are just completely. They're the kind of things that you could go tell us in the past and just wouldn't sound even remotely plausible.
Oh, no way. Jin roughed up Brzezinski.
Yeah,
because he wanted to find a plane that the Losties came back on in 1977. Yeah, I'm not buying that one.
No,
I'm not buying that one.
If someone actually wrote that down, it would be amazing. But it would be like you shouldn't be saying that because there's no reason for you to think that would happen. Like it's just some blind luck that you were right. But like there was no indication that the show was going to take this direction. That they were going to be so heavily linked into these things in the past. And the scene that comes up later with the picture. I mean, potentially they could have seen that,
Oh,
at any point, if they'd gone into that building.
Yeah.
They could have gone in and seen themselves.
Well, I mean, can I point out the obvious of Ben and those guys having seen that.
Right, yeah.
I mean, come on.
Exactly, yeah, they should have seen that at least, because they were definitely over there.
Juliet didn't see that? All the time she lived in O-Town? She never said, hey, let me look at the old Dharma picture. Why are those pictures even still up, though?
Well,
is that maybe a room they never took over? They just
I mean, that's we should probably talk about it later, but that was the processing center.
Yeah.
And I did get the sense that maybe we're supposed to think that, but there's a lot of confusing things about the processing center versus the barracks versus the docks, and how many docks there are and where they are, and where they are in relation to the other things, and where the barracks are in relation to the registration center, and where the
Well, yeah, I mean, we can talk about all that. The docks do come back, the Paula ferry and the docks come back up.
Yeah.
And the whole thing with the sub, and how quick is it to get to the beach from the barracks?
Yeah, there was the geography is really confusing, and so anyway, it's either the case that it's some kind of error, or we're supposed to think that that's like a separate thing that they never used. They just kind of left abandoned.
The processing center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Arrow, the Arrow was just sort of nothing after Dharma,
But the processing center is at the barracks, though. That's the thing.
Well, see, that's the part that's confusing. It does seem like it is. On the other hand, it also seems like maybe it's separate, or it's like on the periphery or something like that,
Well, don't you see them at the processing center in the middle of the barracks? Like the scene when they're about to get processed. Like, I think is it maybe before Saeed comes? I don't remember. There was that one scene where they're all outside and Saeed comes in. I don't remember if that was before or after, but you see them waiting in line at the processing center. I thought it was pretty obvious it was at the barracks.
I thought it was at the barracks too. And yeah, I guess we're supposed to think that it was. But I do kind of feel like that building was not it wasn't a place to live, it wasn't a house.
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with explaining it. This is the fact they had no use for that building, so they just sort of never went in there. It wasn't an office, like they probably took whatever they needed out of there and never had to go back into it.
Right.
That's a reasonable explanation, but I think it's pretty clear that it was at the barracks. I mean, otherwise they'd have to, we'd have to see Sawyer drive them to one place and then drive them to the barracks or something, or to see them, and I'm 99.100% sure.
Is that 99.1 or?
That's me realizing in the middle that I'm 100% sure.
Okay. Fair enough. I
was going to say 99.9, then I realized, no, I'm sure.
You're just going to go all in.
Yeah.
It's the barracks. Boom. Okay, well, there's still some issues, but we can...
There's issues with other things regarding that, yeah.
Yeah. I pretty much agree that it's the barracks, but it's still... I still think there's some weirdness with how the buildings are supposed to be laid out in relation to the water and the docks.
I think that's where the weirdness is the docks in relation to the barracks.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that has to do with production.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if we go back to, season 2? No, 3? When we see the big shot of where O-Town is.
3.
It looks landlocked.
Yeah, it definitely looks landlocked. Yeah. That was the whole impact of the shot. It was like all jungle around them and this enclave of houses in the middle. That was, that really made it work. Because it didn't look like beach houses, which I think might have looked a little more normal. So yeah, no, that initial shot, I think that's definitely off. But even even without that, some of the depictions later are kind of confusing. I agree that it's probably just a production thing.
Yeah.
And it has a similar appearance to the barracks. It definitely looks like it's supposed to be part of the barracks.
Yeah.
It's just yeah.
Okay, so the next scene, we're back at the North Point with Jack, Kate, and Hurley. They're waiting for Sawyer to get back. So Kate is talking to Jack. She says, so the woman who told you to come back, did she mention it maybe 30 years ago? And of course she didn't. And then, Kate kind of wonders what they're supposed to do now, but it doesn't matter because Sawyer's here to tell them what they're going to do now. So Sawyer tells them that they're going to pose as recruits coming off of the sub. There's not much time. He gives them all new clothes to wear. I guess they old clothes to wear, since we're in the 70s. And basically explains that nobody, that people are knocked out before they take the trip over to the island, so no one meets each other until they're processed. So it's easy for them to infiltrate as recruits. He lets them know that Jen's going to try to find a plane, but they have about 10 minutes for the intake, or else they're going to have to sort of stay outside of the Dharma camp for who knows how long. So Jack asks Kate what she thinks, and she thinks they should listen to Sawyer, and Hurley does not want to camp. So they go with Sawyer's plan.
Nice. All right.
Yeah.
Well done, guys. Well done.
I loved when Kate was like, I think we should listen to Sawyer. I liked her reaction to that and how she delivers that line, and it's very sensible to say that. And he's been here for 3 years. He's the head of Dharma Security. We just got here. We're 30 years in the past. We have no idea what's going on. I think we should listen to Sawyer. I loved it. It was perfect.
Yeah.
And kudos to Jack for actually asking, what other people think and taking other people's lead. I think that's big of him to do.
It is.
What else you got for this scene?
I don't think I have anything else.
Oh, here's what I got.
Okay, good.
So he says, the woman that they're referring to is, of course, I was going to say Miss Clue. I don't know why. Guess that just sounds like a crazy enigmatic name. The woman that Kate's referring to is Faraday's mom, Miss Hawking. And one of the things Jack could have said.
I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. What are you talking about?
In this scene, at the beginning, when Kate says, so the woman who told you how to come back, did she mention it would be 30 years ago?
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah. God, I forgot they even said that. Okay, good, yeah. Continue, please, sorry.
Yeah, so one of the things Jack could have said, which I'm pretty sure he was there for, was when she said, it's going to have random outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
Or the outcome was unpredictable, whatever her phrasing was. That could have sort of been an appeasing answer, I think, or at least to help explain why they're 30 years in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I got.
Yeah. But he is literally correct. She didn't say they'd be going into the past. So,
yeah.
Can't say he's not telling the truth, but yeah, he could be more reassuring, I guess.
And it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be bad for Kate to be like, damn, I thought I was going back to the island. I didn't know it was 30 years ago. Like that might have changed her decision-making process.
Yeah. I didn't come along for all this.
Yeah.
So I guess we're supposed to assume that that Jack has filled Kate in on at least some of what happened that that she wasn't there for.
Are we supposed to assume that?
Well, she starts the sentence by saying the woman that you talk to. I mean,
well,
she must have some idea what she's talking about.
Well, I agree with you. I'm just saying I don't know how much we can infer that Jack told her besides a woman told us how to get back.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? I would agree that maybe Jack filled her in on the whole ordeal. But I don't know, maybe he did, maybe he didn't.
I mean, I'm just saying they had some kind of conversation about it. However detailed enough for her to say that statement, which I agree doesn't have to include very much. He could just say what you just said.
Because they already knew. Kate already knew somebody, told them how to get back. And told them how they had to get back and all that stuff. So, but it would be interesting.
She didn't know it was a woman, though.
Yeah, she didn't know it was a woman.
So I'm pretty
sure. But it'd be interesting to see how much of that conversation they actually had.
Yeah, I don't think we will.
And hey, I mean, Hurley's there. Nobody seemed to talk to Hurley and say, "How did you know to get here?" And Hurley could have been like, "What woman? What woman told you guys to come back?"
That's still up in the air.
Yeah, that's a question that hasn't been answered.
That's still something we have to deal with. It's sort of been forgotten because there's another mountain of crazy on top of it. But
yeah,
those issues of what Saeed and Hurley and Kate and Ben were up to on in that time right before the flight is still all up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And Hurley, when Jack asked him how he knew he was there, he just said, "I'm here. That's all that matters."
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those things. So. Presumably at some point we'll find out, but they're just kicking that to the side for now and just pushing forward with this, and then we'll find out later, I guess. Which is pretty weird. I guess what they've kind of done is created space for flashbacks.
Yeah, it sounds interesting.
Yeah. Just leave gaps, and then they can go to those later.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah. So we definitely have no idea why Hurley thought that, what he knows about, why the rest of them are there. So, yeah. Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Anything else?
No. I think that's it.
All right. The next scene here, we're back at the flame station. Brzezinski tells Jen that he just heard back from the looking glass to the last station to check in, and they haven't heard about any plane, only the incoming sub. And he tells him he should go home and he'll call if something happens. But then, of course, before he can leave, the beeping starts. Plot device.
Uh-oh. Plot device alert.
It's kind of again like in the scene in the Matrix with Neo and the Oracle. It's like if Brzezinski didn't tell Jen to go home, would the alarm have started beeping right then? Gotta wonder.
Definitely. Yeah.
So I guess I like that scene. I keep bringing it up.
Apparently.
Yeah. So the alarm starts beeping. Brzezinski checks it out. He says in grid 325 there's a motion sensor alarm that was tripped, and there's a hostile inside the perimeter. Jen reacts.
Oh no!
Jen reacts like he does, and runs out towards that area with Brzezinski calling for him, asking where he's going. So Jen goes out to the jungle, and he sees a guy who looks like a hostile, and no, it's Saeed.
What?
Yeah, vomit, exactly. I'm telling you, man, you gotta have a bucket next to you with this episode.
This one's gonna require. This is gonna be a good 3-bucket episode.
This is 3 buckets at least. And you're like, I didn't even eat this much food. All right. Too far.
That was pretty far. It's like drawing new vomit out of you from nowhere.
Yeah.
It's really crazy. And gross.
Yeah, all the above.
Yeah.
So Jin and Saeed have a moment of realization that, holy crap, you're alive, blah, blah, blah. Considering, okay, we'll talk about it. Then what's his name? Brzezinski comes to the picture, and then Jin holds the gun up to Saeed and makes him get on his knees and tells him to shut up and not say another word or he's dead.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no.
Is he going to kill Saeed?
So what's interesting about this scene, it's that scene, we've seen this situation before where, the one guy has to pretend like the other guy that his friend is a bad guy to get him out of the situation. And what's interesting is, they didn't play the scene where on the tip of Saeed really thinking. They didn't make it seem like Jin didn't know who Saeed was. Or that's a question we have to wonder. If they would have picked the scene up on, if we had followed Brzezinski in this sequence, and we're tracking Brzezinski and he sees Jin pointing a gun at Saeed,
right?
And then Jin does what he does, and we would have to wonder, oh no, is Jin pretending or what? What's going on here? But the way they play it, we know what's going on here. We see them realize each other, and he's only doing this because reacting to Brzezinski. And so it's cool that it's this cliche scene we've seen before, or whatever. But they don't have to make us wonder, what's going on or how much Jin is, playing. Saeed is a little like what's going on, but if anybody knows to play it cool, I think it's Saeed.
Yeah, he's pretty good at that.
He's a cool cucumber.
Mm-hmm.
When he's not torturing people.
That's right.
Maybe even when he is, I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. He's definitely a cucumber.
Definitely a cucumber. Are you saying Saeed is a dick? I don't know. It sounds like that's what you were saying. He's a big cucumber. He's torturing people. All right.
It just seems apt. I don't know. I don't want to make it any more specific than that.
Leave that to me.
Exactly.
So what else in this scene?
So we last episode, you all remember, those of you who made it to the end, that we speculated about what happened to Saeed, and I think the thing I came up with was he'll get picked up by the others somehow, and that was wrong. So there you go. Add that to the list. But the thing I don't think we even brought up, that somehow they would think he was hostile and capture him. That never even occurred to me as a possibility. And now it seems obvious, but
what's interesting is the fact that he is handcuffed. That should make Brzezinski question something.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Are we supposed to think that he thinks Jin handcuffed him? Do they?
I guess maybe Brzezinski did. I don't know. I don't know what we're supposed to think about that. And maybe Brzezinski's just not. He's sort of aware of the fact that Saeed is handcuffed, and which is maybe what he would want to do anyway. So he doesn't really consider how he got handcuffed or anything like that. I honestly don't think Jin had handcuffs on him. But maybe we'll find out that the security guys do keep handcuffs, which is a plausible thing to do. So
yeah. But I agree. If Brzezinski had found him and he had handcuffs on, that would definitely be a red flag. As far as him being hostile, why would he just walk around with handcuffs on? That wouldn't make any sense at all.
There's a couple things I want to question.
I guess I thought that we'd get more with Saeed and what happened to him when he woke up, I guess I envisioned just more more with him, and we sort of don't see what happened to him before this. We're on the outside where he just appears and we go find him.
Yeah, Jack, Kate, and Hurley all woke up in the middle of the jungle. I'm assuming Saeed did too.
Yeah.
He just happens to be, I don't know where I guess he's headed towards the beach. I mean, that's the place to go, but
yeah.
You know, if you're lost on the island, you need a place to go. You go to the beach.
Head to the beach.
Yeah. But he it's weird that he's this close to the flame. I don't know if he realizes that. I feel like he could, but being sort of turned around on the island, I don't know if he knows the island that well.
Right.
You know, he's probably trying to get his bearings at the very least. But
yeah.
So it's weird that he was that close to the flame, just kind of hanging around. And so here's the other thing I want to talk about is he apparently tripped some sort of motion sensor.
Right.
Like what? When I'll pull a Hurley. What?
What's wrong with the motion sensor? You don't think they should be there, or?
I'm just curious why. Since when?
Since when?
This is a different thing than the sonic fence, right? It's
yeah.
not like he came through the sonic fence that was on low mode or something. And
no, I mean they're out by the flame. I think that's a ways away from the barracks.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So I don't think the sonic fence is even an issue. When they originally went to flame, they definitely didn't go through the sonic fence.
So here's a question, Mike. When Saeed and all these guys went to the flame the first time, years from now, yeah, you heard me.
Yeah.
Did they not trip a alarm then?
Well, he does start shooting at. It did just kind of seem like he heard them or saw them or something. But he does kind of start shooting at them pretty quickly. From inside there, so maybe we're supposed to believe that they actually did trip the sensor and he knew they were coming.
All right, well, there's that answer.
Maybe. Yeah.
I'll buy that.
I agree that it hasn't been clearly established that there's motion sensors outside the flame.
Mm-hmm.
Or that motion sensors are really a part of this world at all.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, aren't there animals on the island? I mean, how calibrated are these sensors to where you're going to know it's a human or a hostile? Versus, I don't know, a boar.
Yeah.
A hurley-bird.
Yeah, and he immediately assumes it's a hostile, and obviously it's not, that good because it's Saeed.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't know how to
a philosophical ideology scanner that knows your mental affiliation with a particular group of people. No, I don't think it's that good.
Yikes. You're right.
I think they're working on that technology. It's not ready yet.
Yeah, okay. That's good.
It is weird though that he assumes he didn't say the motion sensor alarm was tripped. We've got activity in this area. We've got a hostile.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't it just be you already said that. Let me just repeat your point. Couldn't it just be a boar or a hurley-bird?
Oh, deja vu. Well, interesting you mentioned that, Claude. I mean, Justin.
It was such a good point. It had to be said twice.
Yeah. I'll buy that.
I came to the same conclusion and kind of forgot that you had just said that. I want to say you didn't influence me, but you probably did.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd win that debate.
That's I just went with it. As usual, I mean, I'm just the guy along for the ride. I just accept whatever bullshit they throw at me. But that's why you're here. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you need both. Both sides of of how to watch a show like this,
Yeah. There's Yeah. So sometimes I get hung up on details, but usually it's just on continuity. I just what they've shown in previous episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot of times I get hung up on stuff like that, but just logistics and how that would actually work, and like that didn't even enter my mind. It's just like it's a motion sensor. There's who's there. That's all I care about at this point.
Yeah, I mean, and it could just be them illustrating that Brzezinski's very reactionary. He just he makes assumptions. It could have been an animal for all intents and purposes. He just assumed it was a hostile, and of course, for the drama of the scene, it works for them to say, oh, here's a hostile, and then to go and sort of to get one, and it's not really one, but then he ends up sort of having to be one. I mean, it works, but it's just, when you think about it, it's a little weird.
I really wonder how many scenes there, because I feel like there's a lot. I wonder how many scenes there are where you hear someone like, hidden behind some bushes or whatever, and it's who's it going to be, and then you see them. Like I feel like they've done that a lot.
They've done that all the time.
Like
they do that a lot.
Yeah, sometimes it's Vincent, sometimes it's a polar bear, sometimes it's just Jack. You never know what you're going to get.
You never know.
It could be any number of things, but yeah, that's one of their favorite tricks. Just kind of use the plant life to hide someone, and then you can hear them coming but not see them, and surprise with who they are.
I think the show is really lucky that plants aren't see-through.
Right.
If for whatever reason plants were just like transparent, or translucent, it wouldn't work as well,
Right.
The mystery wouldn't be there when you can see Vincent.
You can just see him like walking, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Mother Nature, for allowing drama to take place, allowing contrived suspense to happen on our favorite show.
You're welcome. That was Mother Nature.
Thank you.
I didn't join us for a second there. Yeah, a little bit of Ben.
A little Ben. Next scene?
Yeah.
So what is the next scene?
Good question.
Okay, I think I know. Do you know, audience? Raise your hand if you know what the next scene is. Not you, son. Son always knows. All right, so the next scene, we've got Sawyer is driving Jack, Kate, and Hurley back to Dharma to be initiated, and so they're all talking. Hurley asks, it's 1977. You guys are all part of the Dharma Initiative, and he brings up the purge and the fact that he saw where the bodies got dumped. He asked Sawyer, why don't you tell them about it and warn them? And Sawyer says he's not here to do that. He's not here to play Nostradamus. Oh, Sawyer. You can take the con man off the beach. But you can't take the nicknames out of the con man. Or the sarcasm or whatever out of the con man.
Mm-hmm.
So he says, besides Dan apparently has theories about what you can and can't do. And so Jack chimes in and says, it's Faraday here, and Sawyer says, not anymore. So, now I lost my place. Yay. Okay, so then the next part is they actually get back to the barracks. Sawyer's giving them last-minute instructions. He tells them that Juliet has their name on the list, so they just need to get there and watch the video and then wait for their name to be called. And then they'll be given their assignments and to remember to act a little doped up because they were, supposed to be drugged on the sub. Hurley asks, what if they start asking questions they can't answer, like who's the president of that year? And then Sawyer says it's not a game show. Oh, I love that line. And that he's got their back. Then Miles shows up and asks Sawyer where he's been, and of course, sees the new arrivals and, is figuring out what's going on. Sawyer tells Miles he'll explain everything later, and Miles tells him there's a 14J at the Flame. And then so Sawyer calls into Jen, who's down at the Flame with the 14J, and he basically explains that they found a hostile, but the hostile is actually Saeed.
Ah!
I know.
I already knew that, but I'm still blown away.
I know, isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
So that was it.
All right. Good stuff.
Son of a bitch. Oh, Sawyer.
Yeah.
Never, that guy. Never got tired of him. Yeah, I love the line when Hurley's like, what if they start asking us questions like, who's the president in 1977? He's like, it's not a damn game show, you know. Oh, I just love that. It's not a damn game show. But it's like, yeah, you're right. It's not. They won't be asking you questions like the lightning round. So, welcome to Dharma. By the way, what major events happened this year?
I kind of felt like they should know who the president was in 1977, though.
You know what? Honestly, I feel bad about this. I don't know. I mean, I could guess.
Okay.
But I don't know for certain. I would.
What would your guess be?
Immediate guess would be Nixon. That would be my immediate guess. But I think he was probably a little earlier than this.
Yeah, Watergate, I think
77.
Was 70. I want to say 73.
Okay. Next guess is Carter.
Carter is correct.
Okay. I think Nixon in 70s for me comes first, but I was thinking 77 was a little bit later, but so Carter. Okay.
Yeah, it was Nixon and then Ford and then Carter.
Ford?
Yeah, Gerald Ford.
Oh,
he's the guy who took over when Nixon stepped down after Watergate. He was the VP.
Did he serve a full term?
I think he served close to a full term.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that, but I think
so. So Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush?
Reagan, older Bush.
Okay.
Yeah.
The rest I got.
Yeah, it gets easy at a certain point. I guess
it gets easier when I was alive.
Right. I guess I knew Reagan was 80, and I knew that Carter was before him, and so the election must have been in 76, and so if it's 77, then it has to be Carter.
Yeah. Honestly, I think I would not be surprised if Jack knew. I would not be surprised if Kate could guess. I wouldn't be surprised if Hurley could guess, but anyway, but yeah, I like his delivery of that line and the line itself. It's not a damn game show.
Yeah. I definitely got his point, though. I mean, even if that thing is something that, maybe they'd be more likely to know, there's other more obscure facts that would be hard to come up with.
Those hot pants, how do you like those? What do you think about those hot pants?
How do you answer that?
I don't know. I think hot pants were probably way before this anyway, but...
Hot pants? What about them? What do you have to say? Hot pants, comment.
Hot pants, please. The topic on everyone's mind is hot pants. Please comment.
And whatever they say will somehow indicate that they're not from that time.
Exactly. Yeah, they'll say something like, well, they're just Daisy Dukes, right? And they'll be like, no, you're from the future. You're going to get shot.
No one not from the future would say that about hot pants. Yeah. No, I like that. So here's the mystery, I guess, is what happened to Dan?
Well, I think what we're going to find out is Dan got caught up and probably, obsessed with what's going on at the Orchid and the building of that. And I think somehow, I mean, I don't know if he specifically turned the wheel, but I think that's how he left, is something to do with the Orchid and the creation of that. He could have taken the sub and left, I guess. The sub comes like a bus stop, it's like all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But except when you don't need it to come for 6 months.
Right.
Before it comes every 2 weeks, and now it won't be back for 6 months. Oh, I guess new recruits won't be there for 6 months. Not
there
that the sub won't be back. So, excuse me, the show. So yeah, I think he, my working theory is, he left the island, which is, confirmed by Sawyer. Yay, me. And he went, and he's the clever guy who builds the pendulum down at in Los Angeles.
Right.
Now,
wait, what was that?
The lamppost.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a word you want to say all the time.
I knew it was something really clunky. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
the
it's such a funky. The lamppost.
Yeah, I want to say like the deck chair.
Yeah, right.
Really, really solid words.
So
you think he like went down to the Orchid, the donkey wheel or something, and then ended up going back in time to become the clever fellow?
Well, he doesn't have to really go back in time, I don't think, because they're already in 77. So.
Well, he does, because the clever fellow was the reason they found the island, and in the time he's in, they've already found the island. So the clever fellow's already done his work.
Oh, that's the reason Dharma found the island?
Yeah. Yeah, that was the whole thing.
Weird.
That was, the clever fellow
I
helped
forgot
them
about that.
find the island.
Maybe she's lying.
All right, well, there you go.
So he'd have to go back in time and then go to Los Angeles. Yeah, that's weird. That's even weirder than before.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, I thought it was built in. Okay, yeah, no, it has to be built before they find it.
Yeah, it was built. It should be. I mean, I don't know. I guess they could do something crazy, but if they throw in some extra time travel, I guess they could say, actually, it was built after they found the island. But I don't know.
If he turns the wheel, he can. I mean, there's no problem with him going back in time or forward or whenever.
Yeah.
I think.
Although he's gonna wake up in Tunisia, that's gonna be gonna be fun.
Unless the exit has changed over time.
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah, that's possible.
But here's the thing. I wonder if his turning the wheel or whatever makes him leave will be related to the incident. I think for drama reasons it might be.
I don't think so, though, because I don't think the incident's happened yet.
Well, yeah, I agree. But it could happen soon, right?
But he's already left. I mean, at this point, he's already gone.
Oh, what am I saying, then?
I don't know. What are you saying?
So he leaves, then he comes back, then the incident happens, which makes him leave again. So there's my airtight theory.
Okay.
Dan's been on the island 3 times. He wins.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so maybe not then.
You got it. Yeah, no, I don't think so. They didn't give us really anything to go on. And this is one of those moments where I wonder if there was any more to the conversation. If he just goes, what does he actually say?
So he's not here anymore?
Yeah, is that what he just says? He's not here anymore?
Yeah, he says, did you say Faraday he's here, and so he says not anymore?
Yeah, not anymore. And it was at the end of the conversation,
Mhm.
Like, or did he actually?
They kind of cut. They kind of cut, I think, to the next scene.
Yeah, they cut to the next scene, and I just wonder if he told them, or if he just left it at that, and they all moved on. Like, you know.
Oh, they all moved on.
Okay.
Yeah, they all moved on. I mean, I think Jack was probably interested in talking to him since, you know, his mother just got them there.
Mhm.
And since he's not there anymore, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a valid question to be like, was there any more of that conversation? But given the situation, I don't, you know.
I guess I feel like they didn't give us more because they're going to tell us later what happened.
Yeah, totally.
And they don't want to give it away. But I just wonder if we're supposed to believe that he told them, or if we're supposed to believe he left it as vague as that.
I don't think he told them. Because
Okay.
I'm sure whatever happened was probably crazy, and it would have led to more conversations, and they probably would have still been talking about it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, presumably he had to go tell Charlotte. Why am I calling her Charlotte?
I thought you were going to say Charlie, and I'm like, wait a minute. He's not in this, is he? What am I missing?
Wow. That doesn't sound good at all.
Hey, maybe that's
oh,
part
no.
of my convoluted reason why he comes back to the island 5 times. Is he leaves the first time because he doesn't want to tell Charlie. Thanks.
Nice.
He doesn't want to tell Charlotte. He doesn't want to tell her what he has to tell her, so he leaves the island. But he's got to tell her that, so fate brings him back.
Right.
And then he leaves again during the incident.
He just keeps leaving. Love that.
Well, then he comes back because he forgot his jacket,
Oh,
and he leaves again.
Like,
Because
yeah.
you can't buy those 1970 windbreakers anymore. I'm telling you, they don't make them like they used to.
Mhm.
It was worth the trip back.
Yeah. Good point. Presumably we will see him again, though, which does make it seem like he'll come back. You know, I mean, I can't imagine that's the final word on him. You know. It is weird that he's gone, though. I really thought that they just didn't cover him in the last episode because they didn't want to get into all that and wanted to focus on other stuff. I really didn't think he was actually gone.
Well, it's been 3 years, and I guess you know, he didn't stay around that long.
Yeah, I mean, we do know that he was there initially, so
yeah.
At some point, you know, something happened. So yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see. What else happened in this scene? Maybe I should look.
So the next part is when they actually get back to the barracks.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they're getting their last minute instructions before they get to initiation or recruitment or whatever.
Okay, yeah. Oh, and then Jen tells them they have Saeed. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's all I got. What? Anything else? I don't know.
Nope.
Okay.
14J.
14J.
That's an interesting designation for a hostile, you know, invasion or whatever the code is for.
Mhm. Yeah. There was a code that happened previously. When was that? I think it was when. I think it was when.
Is this what you're talking about? Oh, sorry. I'm looking at Lostpedia here.
Oh. Yeah, they'll probably have better detail. I think it was when Kimi got Alex, and
She says the early warning system, presumably created by Dharma, warns the residents of the barracks via an automated telephone call that consists of a woman's voice repeating code 14J.
Mhm.
The system is activated when a panic code is entered to disengage the sonar fence.
Yeah.
When was that?
That was when Kimi got Alex.
Oh,
and
okay.
they had her turn off the thing, but she also entered the panic code, and then
That's right.
it called Locke's house, which was Ben's house, and then he went over to Ben and told him, and then Ben told him what that meant.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, at least they're consistent with 14J.
Yeah. I couldn't remember what the actual letters were, but that's good that they were the same.
I'm gonna. All right. Next thing.
Yeah.
So, where is the next scene? Let me find it here. Okay, so yeah, we're back with Sun and Ben. Ben tells Sun that there's 3 outriggers near where they are, and that he's going to use one of them to go back to the main island, and she can come along and help him row. Frankly, it makes no difference to him. She asks why he's leaving. He asks why she's staying. They decide to call the whole thing off.
Why are you leaving or why are you staying?
Let's have a song and dance number now. Yeah, it's going to turn into a Broadway show tune in a second. New York, that away, man. All right. So, let's see. Ben tells her, that he doesn't know where Jin is, but he'd start looking on the main island. Frank shows up, who checks to see if Sun's okay. He said he saw her leaving and, wanted to sort of make sure she's okay. Sun says that Ben knows where there's a boat and she's going to go back to the main island with him. And Frank asks if Sun can trust him. She says she has to trust him. Which isn't a yes, but it isn't a no. So they keep on going. They get to the outriggers So Frank tells Sun that, can she really trust this guy? He's dangerous. He references the commandos that were trying to kill him. Of course, Ben points out, that didn't really work out for those guys. And Sun asks Frank, to come with him. Frank says he's got a group of people he needs to look after. Ben gets on a soapbox and decides to have a long soliloquy to Frank so that Sun can grab an oar and knock him over the head. To which Frank says, I thought you trusted this guy. And Sun says, I lied. That was Ben's line, son. That was Ben's line. How dare you? Just because you both have 3-letter names doesn't mean you both can lie. Which is also a 3-letter word.
Mm-hmm.
Coincidence? Yes.
Yes. Completely.
Most obviously a coincidence.
Yeah.
All right, what do you got?
Here he does say, there's a small dock that leads directly to a town where I used to live. I don't know. That says something about the geography. Yeah.
Now, what's interesting is this dock is only half a mile away. I thought the main island was more than that. Was further away than half a mile.
Yeah. Yeah, they said how long it was.
I thought it was like 2 miles or something.
I was gonna say 1 mile, but I don't remember. That was a long time ago when they were dealing with that issue. Yeah, that was the whole thing. Like, it was supposed to be too long to swim.
But not far enough to where you need a submarine.
Right. Right. Yeah, the outrigger is just right.
Oh, this says, let's see. Ben states that the Hydra Island is about twice the size of Alcatraz. Let's see. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let's see. Oh, so the distance is apparently unclear. Juliet and Sawyer report in Sawyer and I do, and Juliet and I in Portland that the Hydra Island is about 2 miles offshore. So, and then, of course, Ben says this half a mile thing. So,
oops. I
guess I'd go with Ben on this, but it's interesting.
Yeah, that just sounds like a little error.
Yeah.
Unless
this dock is just, is closer than, I don't know, that's weird, but.
I assumed it was 2 miles to the closest point,
That's what you would assume.
That they could swim to.
2 miles to the furthest point. Half a mile to the closest.
Yeah, for some reason they just had to go all the way around the island.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't make sense to just go to that dock that was right there.
Why would they?
So you could see. Yeah, that's, well, the geography on the show has always been pretty strange.
Yeah.
We've had several attempts to try to map out how the island's supposed to be working, and it's always a chore.
What else in this scene?
So yeah, Sun. I have to hand it to Sun. She actually gets gets the upper hand with Ben here.
Yeah, well, I hope what you're handing her is not an oar, because you know what she'll do with it.
Yeah, apparently. I never would have thought. And also, this clears up a question that you raised, which I didn't think was even worth talking about much, that, why was Ben injured? And, when we saw him in that room, when Locke sees him, I had assumed that he was injured in the crash, but he, clearly that wasn't the case. It was Sun just hit him with an oar. I wouldn't have seen that coming.
I think it bodes well for the show that little piece of detail was obviously there, that, we see him from the effects of getting hit by the oar before we actually see that. So, they wrote that specifically that way, which is cool.
Yeah.
Because, it was weird to me this whole, I'm like, you're supposed to end up still on the mini island. How are you going to actually leave? And he doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking that too, but I was still surprised. I just didn't see Sun just knocking him in the head with an oar. That's really that's a drastic step.
What's also apparent is that, obviously Sun and Frank leave before they find Locke.
Yeah.
And I think things would have been different if Sun was around when they found Locke.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that definitely.
And I think for Locke too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that would have shifted the dynamic completely. Yeah.
I think what's interesting... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think what's interesting about Sun hitting Ben is what you get from that is a lot of things, because it forces Ben to stay on the island, which means he's got to interact with Locke later, which is a big deal because he killed Locke. It forces Frank to go with Sun because she needs someone to help row. And we're not, can you really imagine Sun traipsing through the jungle by herself, like at night, not that she couldn't do it, but I just don't see them writing that.
Right. Yeah.
So it's cool. Like, it makes sense in a lot of ways for that to happen. And it was a perfect timing when Ben's like, "That's right, Frank. The captain's first responsibility is to the passengers." right when he started that,
There's
like,
whiny Ben again.
I'm like, uh-oh. And yeah, Ben made the mistake of telling Sun, I guess he made the mistake of, trusting Sun, I guess, really.
Yeah.
And not knowing what she really wanted, and that's all she wanted to hear was where to row to.
I think he thought that he had Sun under control, you know, that he knew
definitely.
That he knew what she wanted and he could predict what she was going to do.
Colleen tried to predict what Sun was going to do, and she was dead wrong, literally. So let that be a lesson to all ye who challenge Sun Quan. Sun is often surprising.
Yeah,
I gotta say, she's often surprising. More recently than in the past, but
don't stand there and assume she's not going to do something.
Hey, you think she doesn't speak English? She does speak English. All right. So don't mess with Sun. And actually, it was kind of cool how they the sort of how they acted the scene when Frank asked Sun, "Do you trust this guy?" And you see Ben turning to Sun to find out the answer, what she's gonna say.
Yeah.
And she's like, "I have to," and Ben's like, "Okay, that's good enough for me. Let's go." And so it was cool.
Yeah, I mean, he's been in that position a lot, I think. People around him, I think, rarely actually trust him, but they go along with him because they feel like they need him.
Yeah. For
information and whatever else he's good for. So,
man, she's playing a dangerous game though because when Ben wakes up, I'd hate to be Sun when Ben wakes up. So, you'd have to just wonder what is, would he be like, "Oh, that's Sun," or would he be like, "Now that she did this, I have to kill her"? Like.
She's such a silly goof.
I think in a way he might be charmed by the deception and sort of give her a pass.
Yeah.
because he was actually surprised, and I think guys like Ben, they don't like to be wrong, but if they're outwitted or something, I think there's something about that he probably likes.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of probably respect that he would have for that. Yeah, I guess I don't feel like he's gonna want to hunt Sun down because.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's gonna get involved with Locke. Yeah. I don't think it'll be a deal.
And I feel like he'll instantly understand why she did it, and he'll instantly sort of realize, it was his mistake to think that she wouldn't do that,
and that he should have saw it coming. Yeah,
exactly.
Part of me is like, when he's lying there unconscious and Frank is like, I thought you trusted this guy. And she's like, I lied. I'm like, his unconscious mind is like, yes, yay! Oh, man. You've come a long way, son.
He's just cheering at the thought of a lie.
Yeah, he loves it. He loves the fact that...
I definitely think that's what Ben's unconscious is like. It's just utter glee at the thought of deception.
Yeah.
Whee! Yeah, that's yeah, this whole plot line really didn't. I really didn't find it very predictable at all. It really didn't. None of this. I didn't think any of this.
I think
really was going to happen.
I think everything that's happened on the mini island so far since they've gotten back has been completely unpredictable.
Yeah.
Locke showing up on the water, them raiding the Dharma station. I mean, maybe you could predict that.
Yeah.
Caesar, dude, I like Caesar's character a lot so far.
Yeah.
He's been in 3 episodes, 2 of which he's had stuff to do.
Yeah.
And he's got this take charge kind of attitude. That's really interesting.
Yeah, it's nice to have someone like that around.
Yeah.
He's instantly sort of curious about where they are and what all that stuff's about.
Yeah, and he's like, the fact that you got this island with buildings on it, and and the runway, and then you got the huge other island, and he's like, these aren't on your charts.
Yeah.
Something's up here.
Yeah. At this point, I definitely don't think that he's got some ulterior motive.
No, I don't think so either.
I think he's just a guy who's dealing with the situation. And is, coping and what we saw him doing is just him kind of exploring and, hiding the gun just because he thinks he, might need it and he wants to have the upper hand. Just
sounds
in case.
like something I said.
Yeah.
Back when
you
asked why
if
did he
that all sounds familiar, it's probably because you said it, 2 or 3 episodes ago. So I guess the point is I've come around. I agree now.
Yeah.
I was suspicious at first, but he's won me over.
He comes off a bit suspicious, but I think, that's the second suspicious person that turned out not to warrant the suspicion.
Oh, who was the first one?
I think Abaddon was the first.
Oh, fucking Abaddon, yeah. I'm still suspicious of Abaddon, even though I have no reason to be.
Yeah, I mean, he's not 100% out of the water, but because we don't know everything. But
yeah, but we really have nothing on him.
Yeah, we, as the cops would say, we can't make anything stick.
Yeah, yeah. He just seems kind of scary. That's really all I got.
That is not against the law.
Yeah, no.
Otherwise, Gary Busey would be in jail.
Oh, no. Not Gary Busey.
All right, next scene?
Mm-hmm.
All right, next scene, we're back at the barracks, and this is in the middle of, we see the sort of barracks orientation video, the new inductees video that everybody sees when they get there, and let's see, Jack's name is called, and by Dr. Chang, who really should not be walking around and talking unless he's in a video. I'm sorry, I got to say that.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. So he's talking to Jack, and he apologizes for everything being disorganized. He doesn't have Jack's file.
Oh, Pierre.
And, I know, right? He's just everyone's incompetence is just so befuddling. Right?
Yeah, that seems to be his thing. He's really frustrated with everyone.
I think he's a bit of he's a bit egocentric, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if you're doing the kind of stuff he's doing, maybe you should be.
Right. Yeah. At least it comes naturally.
Yeah. So he asked Jack who his shuttle driver was. Jack is stalled for a bit, but then he says Mr. LaFleur. Chang says that LaFleur's a good man. He runs a very tight operation. He references that the woman who was supposed to be processing Jack in, had a baby last night, obviously referencing Amy.
Mm-hmm.
And he gives him his assignment that he's been assigned to the shed, and his work clothes say workman, and that means that he's going to be a janitor based on his aptitude test. Jack kind of chuckles.
Mm-hmm.
His father would be proud.
Yeah.
All those years of medical school, and you're a janitor. There's an irony in that. So we cut over to Phil, who's always scary every time he's on the screen.
Yeah.
And he's talking to Katie. He asks if her name's been called yet, and she says no, and she says her name is Kate Austin. He flips through the pages, and she, of course, is not on his list. He asks who her recruiter is, or was, and she doesn't really have anything to say, but luckily Juliet comes in to save the day. She's got some last-minute additions, including Miss Austin.
Hey.
So Phil walks away, and then Juliet apologizes for the mix-up and introduces herself, as does Kate, and I vomit again.
Good. Another occasion to vomit. Yeah. I wanted him to say, I still want to know who your recruiter is.
Yeah, right.
Because she still should know, even if she's on the list.
Mm-hmm.
And if she doesn't know, that's suspicious.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who her recruiter is now that her name's on the list, but it is a little. And I think Phil is very suspicious, and I think he's going to be a cause for problem pretty soon here.
Yeah.
I think he's starting to piece things together. I mean, they make him. I mean, the first scene we see him in, he's a man about business. He's not down for the hootenanny.
Yeah, do not invite him to the hootenanny.
Yeah, so invite him to the hootenanny. Just don't have a hootenanny at work.
Yeah.
While they're working. So I think he's going to be piecing things together pretty soon here, and I think he's probably going to be someone to look out for in terms of busting up this ruse that they've got going on here.
Yeah, he definitely. There's definitely some looks that he throws out there that make him seem really suspicious.
He's doing a lot of looking with his eyes.
Yeah, he's
that tells me something.
Very looky.
Very looky. He's a looky-loo.
He really has an intense face. Like I have a hard time. I mean, it's just so weird to have him as a character because he just this role isn't that crazy, but he somehow brings this. I don't know if I'm putting it in there, if he is.
Exactly. That's what it's. I can't decide if it's our own baggage from knowing this actor from Mulholland Drive. I mean, I do think there is something about his face and his eyes and how he approaches the lines and stuff that comes off a bit knowing or ominous or something. But there's that extra element that I don't know if it's there or not, or if it's just we just put that in there.
Yeah.
But I do think another actor this part would seem different.
Yeah, it's got this strange intensity, and like I'm actually kind of afraid of his character and what he might find out. More so than anyone else, really.
More so, exactly. It seems like Chang and all the other Horace, all these other Amy's not gonna figure anything out. I think everyone else is going along with the status quo. Amy had her baby. I think Chang is busy with his work, and all these people are sort of busy doing their other things. That I think Phil is poised to sort of read between the lines and.
It also seems like he's sort of on his own. That the way that scene played with him and the other two, so it was sort of like they were having fun and he was just kind of a bit of a loner. And
exactly.
not at all in on it.
Yeah.
And so he sort of got the time to think about these new people and pay attention to what they're saying and all that.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
Yeah, it's really weird. I really didn't think his character would be that big of a deal, but he's still around.
Do we know his last name?
I don't remember. Is it on Lostpedia?
I can look it up.
That's where I would have to look. I wish I could. I don't think so. I'm gonna say no, but
yeah, I don't think so either. I would like to know his last name. In case it's, something that we already know of. Phil Hanzo. Hanzo's son or something.
Yeah, that would definitely be a twist. Man, they don't even have a Dharma section yet. Come on, guys. Get with it.
What do you mean?
On Lostpedia, in the index, they have a place for like all types of characters, but they don't have a place for Dharma characters yet.
Oh, really? What do they put Phil under?
I couldn't find him. That was sort of the point. I don't think he's even there. Seems like they have a Dharma section under characters.
You don't see the Dharma section?
No, the index on the main page.
Oh, the index. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. No, in the character section they do. It just seems like it hasn't carried over. Yeah, I just found him. Yeah, he's just called Phil. He doesn't have they don't give him a last name.
Oh, Phil. All right, what else?
We get another. Okay, yeah, I have like two things to say.
Yeah.
No, 3. I'm gonna go with 3.
You get 2.5. All right.
Okay. All right. I'll try to squeeze it into 2.5. We get another reference to LaFleur just being a really good, he runs a real tight operation over there. He's just really got his shit together.
He's cracking the whip.
Yeah. Do not mess with LaFleur. He's really gonna take care of things.
Yeah.
I just think that's odd that he's really doing a good job.
I think it is odd, but I think in terms of like if you think about it in the fact that if Sawyer does his job really, really, really well, you would never suspect anything from him. If he's the head of security and he's really lax. Well, first of all, he wouldn't even rise to head of security,
right.
Without being somewhat good, and I'm assuming he worked his way up.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. If he's the kind of guy you don't really want to mess with, then people don't mess with him.
Right.
You don't have to question if he, no one has to check up on him to see if he's, doing the security laws right or anything like that, or no one has to check up on him because everyone, they know LaFleur is doing a good job. They know he's so in terms of what Sawyer's trying to do is the smart thing to do is
right.
to, note to self. If you ever find yourself in the past in infiltrating some sort of organization and you have a job, you should really do it the best you can.
Mm-hmm.
I really think that's the lesson we learn here.
Yeah. I agree. No, it definitely makes sense. It still seems strange to me, but it certainly fits, and it fits with Sawyer's character too. And I mean, it all works.
It definitely all works.
So, yeah. Okay. So that was number 1. The other thing is, Pierre Chang talking to Jack here.
Oh my God.
Raises some issues about Pierre.
Does it mean it begs some issues?
No, I don't.
Please, issues, please.
I'm gonna assume. Well, yeah.
Continue.
Yeah. So in the videos, well, I mean, we've had several conversations about this. At a certain point in this podcast, we're going to be able to say that about everything.
Right.
But whatever. About the fact that in the orientation videos, he uses all these aliases, these strange Candle aliases,
Mm-hmm.
Marvin Candle was the original one, and then there's Mark Wickman, and Edgar Halowax.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed really cool and mysterious, and, it was like somehow he was trying to hide his identity. But then, we also talked about, because this video that they show here, we've seen it before.
So when Ben came to the island.
When Ben came to the island, it was like, well, if they all see him, and they all see that guy when they go down the station, it's like, won't they know? Well, now that he can just, like, walk in and, interview janitor guy who's coming to the island, I mean, that means, like, and say he's Pierre Chang, I mean, that means it can't be much of a secret who he is.
That means whoever they put in the Swan or whoever they have to watch these videos, I think that means a couple things. One of the things it means I probably can't even guess because it'll be the truth. The things I can guess are something like, it means that that the people they put in there didn't go through their normal orientation process. they specifically said, hey, we got to put these people down there. We know what they're going to be watching in terms of the orientation video. So, hey, Pierre, don't introduce yourself to them, and let's not have them see the video. I mean, maybe that's what happened.
You think that's the idea?
I mean, it does seem like, the guys in the Swan were supposed to rotate out every so often, rotate from some sort of collection of the Dharma, Dharma crew. So, yeah, I think it is weird. I think that's something they need to explain. Pierre did say here that, he's not the one who normally processes people, which he shouldn't be. I thought that was so weird that, here's this guy created, he's trying to engineer the orchid, and he's in all these videos, and he's the guy who's processing paperwork and new recruits.
Yeah.
But they mentioned that Amy was the one who's supposed to be doing it. Fine.
No, I mean, he shouldn't be doing it, and I agree. It's just that the fact that it's no big deal that he does it, can they not find anyone else?
Here's the thing. Maybe they haven't started doing the videos yet, and maybe the need for him to have aliases hasn't arisen yet. Is that the right term? Arose?
I think arisen is right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that'd be my idea for it right now, is that there's sort of no need. Now maybe at a certain point, maybe the incident happens or whatever, and once they have the need to create these videos, that's when, maybe they stop showing the him in the video, the new recruit video or something, or they get more careful about who knows his true identity,
Okay.
So that's at least something. Is I don't think we're specifically in a time frame where he's using an alias yet.
Okay. Well, I mean, that salvages it somewhat. I mean, at least Rudzinski, I think, who ends up in the Swan at a certain point. I think he ought to know who Pierre Chang is.
He should know so much who Pierre Chang is.
So, like, if he sees that video, I mean,
he's not fooled.
How's that going to play? I mean, I guess I was imagining they all know who he is, and they go down there and he's using this fake name, and, like, what effect is that supposed to have on them? I didn't get it. But I guess, if we're supposed to believe, this is sort of the early stages. I mean, I think I want to say, did they mention the arrow, didn't they? Yeah, they did. They mentioned the arrow. And so they have that. But it's unclear, how many of the state. I mean, definitely the Swan hasn't been built yet, and the Orchid probably hasn't either. I don't know about the rest of them.
They're all numbered, aren't they? I don't know if the number necessarily correlates to their building, but the first one is the staff. Let's see, I think. Right? Is it?
I don't remember the numbers.
Well, I'm on Lostpedia, and they have them listed as a number. Yeah, okay. So the staff is station number unknown. Arrow is 2 of 6. That makes sense. The Swan is 3 of 6. Now, it has not been built yet. The Flame is 4 of 6, so this theory does not seem to work out.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, we do have the Flame. We have the Flame and the Arrow confirmed.
The Orchid is 6 of 6, which could have been the last one.
Possibly. And they also mentioned the Looking Glass.
They did mention the Looking Glass, which we don't know the station number there.
Yeah. Which is kind of an anomaly.
I think there's more than 6 stations anyway, so it's weird. The numbering system is strange anyway.
Yeah, there are more than 6.
And to throw more coal on the fire is, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, if you can, but I think all of the station numbers, the blank of 6, are from the videos, right?
Yeah.
Which would mean they're part of the conspiracy if there is one. So they wouldn't necessarily correlate to the reality of when Dharma built these or anything. They could be engineered to say, hey, who's ever watching this, this is the 6th station, because there's more than 6. So.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Is there maybe there's just 6 on the island? The Hydra's not on the island. Looking Glass is not on the island. The Tempest is on the island.
If the Tempest is a station.
If that counts as a station, then it doesn't really work.
Yeah. I don't know if the Tempest is supposed to be a station, though. I mean, I guess it could be.
What's a station, really?
Yeah. We have to, first we must answer the question, what is a station?
Yes. Then we can decide if the Tempest is a station.
Yeah. So, the whole thing seems to hinge on that, whether that's an issue or not. I do think it's somehow different, though, from the other ones. Even if it's still a station, I do think it's separate somehow.
There's a denotative and connotative sense of station, I think.
Right.
That's appropriate here. It's definitely a station in the denotative sense.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. Like, I don't necessarily think it had an orientation video, for example.
This is how you release the toxic gas. This is how you stop it. Thank you for watching the orientation video.
Was it originally created as a toxic gas factory? Are we supposed to believe that? Or is anything about it being a power station true and it just was converted at some point? I don't know that there's any...
Maybe there's a way to get, power from toxic gas.
Yeah, why not?
Or the power generating functions.
There ought to be energy there.
Create a toxic gas, and and it can be safely dissipated or used as a weapon. So,
yeah.
Not too crazy, but it would be nice to know if it was, was it really for power also? But it didn't.
Yeah.
I guess they didn't shut down the station; they just shut down the gas part of it or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said that with as much confidence as I have about that.
I don't really know what they did. I mean, they shut down the ability to release the gas.
Weren't they supposed to neutralize the gas?
They neutralized it. That's right.
Neutralized.
That's right. That's right. They neutralized it. So maybe that's.
They sprayed some Febreze on the gas and it neutralized the toxicity. Who knew it was that simple?
Dan was just seriously typing away, and all they needed was just a nice Febreze bottle.
He brought in a couple of packets of those Glade plug-ins. That's all you need. Maybe some baking soda.
Somehow the only problem was it smelled bad.
Well, isn't that what killed you?
If you get rid of the bad smell, it's just not toxic anymore.
Yeah, he neutralized it.
Oh, God. Yeah, so I guess they didn't really shut it down. Although, I what does shut it down mean? Like, just turn all the equipment off or something? I mean, it's totally unclear whether they did that or not.
Yeah, I don't think they did.
I would say maybe they did, but...
Somebody was outside kissing.
It's far... It's far from clear that they did, so yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Next scene?
What scene are we on? Hold on, I feel like I have something else.
You had like another two things or
one thing.
Yeah,
okay, so Pierre Chang and his appearances in the videos is still a thing, but this scene, I mean, as usual, they show things and it just brings him crashing down to earth. Like, he's so ordinary in this scene, It's just like, this is the guy. There he is.
And Jack saw him in the video, right?
Yeah. Jack has definitely seen...
why is Jack vomiting? I'm serious.
Yeah, Jack really should be vomiting.
And this is the first time he saw him, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's in 30 years in the past, and he's sitting in this chair about to be indoctrinated into Dharma.
Yeah.
And then the guy he saw in the video pops up. I mean, it's time to hurl.
Yeah. It really is.
And Jack didn't really seem to recognize him. They didn't really play that up or anything.
No, not really.
Maybe because he used the wrong name. Maybe if he would have said Marvin Candle, Jack would be like,
what?
You.
Yeah. I mean, he couldn't really react too much. So there was that, but they definitely didn't even try to hint that.
Yeah, they didn't give a nod to the audience that Jack kind of got the gravity of the situation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird. He was never really into it that much. You know, it's not as big of a deal as if Locke saw him, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Who spent so much time looking at those videos. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he saw that Swan video at least.
I got two things to bring up.
So the other thing I was going to bring up was, you know, what happened with the list? Like, why is Jack's name there and Kate's isn't?
List? Jack? Kate? Do a little walk in there. Kate? Drama.
Okay.
That's the most reasonable explanation I have. I mean, really, you know, what's his name? Phil has a couple of, you know, lists and binders in his hand, and Chang had one, I guess, he called Jack's name from. You know, maybe it didn't get disseminated onto all the lists. You know, so I think it would be especially weird if Phil said, I see Jack Shepard on here, I don't see Kate Austin, like on his list. But that's not exactly what happened. So I'll just chalk it up more to drama.
Okay.
You know, more to just like, you know, they're trying to, you know, they're playing Juliet and Sawyer are playing catch up here. So to get their names on this list. And by the way, that's what I want to mention is, you know, Sawyer said he'd be around to back them up, and he was not around when Kate couldn't answer a question that he needed help with. So I thought that was strange. I mean, Juliet was there, but it was weird. I expected Sawyer to be around. But I guess he's dealing with this this 14J.
Right. Yeah.
And
he got distracted.
We don't see Hurley checking in, do we?
No.
Like, do we see him the rest of the episode?
Deleted scene.
Yeah, I don't...
We do see him later. At least he's in that picture.
Oh, that's right. He's there to take the picture.
Yeah. But they don't show his check-in.
They don't really show Kate's either, I mean.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. For half a second, I thought, are they actually going to have Juliet, like, not put her on the list?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You mean, like, to be like, oh, she's not on here? And like, call a foul to the whole thing? Yeah. Really? Why'd you think that?
For half a second, I thought they were going to try to do that. You know, she was going to be like, you can't, you know, Sawyer's mine.
Oh.
You know.
Yeah, I don't see Juliet playing that game.
I don't either. I mean, it's ridiculous. But for half a second, I thought they were actually going to do that. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. It's definitely worth questioning how Juliet feels about Kate being back.
Yeah.
And Jack being back.
I definitely agree that she shouldn't go that far, but there was a moment there where I thought maybe they were actually going to have her do that. Because Jack had already been okay, and the fact that her name wasn't on the list, I just thought was, you know, a bad sign. But yeah, I guess there's multiple lists, and they had to pass theirs out to everybody, and plus they needed drama. So, all right, well that's my 2.5.
I wanted to mention that, you know, I think it was the Barracks orientation film, the original one, where Chang is presented with his left arm not really being used, and it seems like something happened to his arm.
Barracks?
The Barracks orientation film.
Which one would that be?
I guess that's the new recruit orientation film.
Okay.
Right? Is that
that's the one where he doesn't have the arm?
According to Lostpedia, it is.
Oh, wow. I had no idea.
Yeah, so that makes me question some things in terms of the snippet of video we see in this one.
I forgot about that arm thing.
Yeah, and the fact he, of course, uses both arms when he's interviewing Jack.
Yeah.
Just fine.
In some of the videos, he's got both arms.
Yeah, and I think in all the other videos, it's fine. It's just some weird thing with that one where he doesn't really use his left hand, his left arm, for whatever reason.
I thought he actually had like a prosthetic arm in one of them.
Was it prosthetic?
That's what I thought so.
Well, this says he gestured with his right hand. The mobility of his left arm is unknown. I got the sense it seemed prosthetic, but I don't know if we actually could tell it was prosthetic.
Oh, okay.
Because I think he just sort of didn't use it.
I thought you could clearly see. Man, it's been a while. I don't even. I thought that was like season 2 when we saw that.
Says,
maybe the Pearl, either the Pearl or the Swan video.
Man Behind the Curtain. Isn't that season 3?
Yeah.
Season 3.
Yeah, the video you're talking about, the Welcome to the Barracks video. That was definitely season 3.
Welcome to the Barracks.
Yeah.
We got fun and games. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's any other videos where he doesn't use his hand, his left arm. According to Lostpedia, they don't reference any other ones.
Okay. I really thought there was a thing back then about how one of his arms was prosthetic in one of those, and in the other one it wasn't. Am I making that up?
I don't think you're making it up, but I think you're jumping to the conclusion that it was prosthetic. I think we assumed it because it sort of seemed that way, but I don't know. I don't specifically remember us seeing that it was prosthetic, like us seeing a rubber hand or something, or a plastic hand, I should say. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll have to remember that. I wonder if that's going to be a thing. Are we actually going to see him use lose the ability to use one of his arms?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on if that was for real or not, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, Montar lost his arm, but you know what he was doing. It makes it sound weird. Maybe this is what you're talking about. Let's see.
I hope you find something. What'd you get? What do you got?
I got...
Make me sound reasonable, please.
I know, right? I got, maybe his arm is prosthetic in the Swan video.
Oh, there we go.
Season 2, like you said.
Yeah.
Trying to find it. I'm researching. Yeah, this says under facts that his arm is a prosthetic.
What says under facts?
Under Swan orientation film on Lostpedia, under facts, it says Dr. Marvin Candle's left arm is a prosthetic.
Oh, good. Wow. There we go.
Next to 4 plus 8 plus 15 plus 16 plus 23 plus 42 equals 108. Which is also a fact. So, yeah, that's weird. So, what is this they're talking about with the other film? I guess the other one he just doesn't use it, but it's not necessarily... This is so weird. I don't know.
Yeah, so I think that's why it became a thing.
Yeah.
Because in the initial video...
he didn't... Okay.
It was a prosthetic, and then people were looking at... Because I think in the Pearl video, you can see he uses both of his hands.
Yeah.
And so I remember an issue being made of that at the time. And so probably, after that, whenever you'd see him, people would try to look and see if he could actually use both his arms. I don't know if that's really a big deal. It seemed like a big deal at the time.
Yeah.
But, you know, a lot of things seemed like a big deal back then.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Like everything?
Yeah, like everything. Wow. Yeah, that's an interesting fact.
All right. That's it for this scene, right?
Yeah.
Please. Please. All right. So next scene. Something about something. What do you got?
What? On this scene?
No, I'm kidding.
I'm confused. Okay.
I'm on the next scene. The next scene is Sawyer goes out to the flame to investigate the 14J. He sees Jin outside. He asks him what happened, and Jin tells him Saeed came walking out of the jungle in handcuffs, alone. And Sawyer asks if he said anything about the people who were on the plane, and Jin said no, he couldn't really talk to him. Brzezinski thinks he's a hostile, and he's not gonna let this go. So Sawyer goes in where Brzezinski is guarding where they have Saeed locked up. He demands that Brzezinski give him the key, and Brzezinski tells Sawyer that the hostile saw the model of the Swan, and he could have seen the survey of where they're building it. And he thinks that Saeed is a spy, and that, you know, that they could end this right now by shooting him. Sawyer thanks Brzezinski for his input and says, you know, he wants to talk to him first. Gives him the keys. He brings Saeed out, sits him down. Sawyer tells Saeed that his name is LaFleur. He's head of security. That if he listens to him, everything will be fine. He tells him he has to start by identifying himself as a hostile due to the terms of the truce, and that if he doesn't, they have the right to shoot him. Saeed quickly gets into character and says he doesn't refer to himself as a hostile, you know, he and his people, but he is one of them. So Sawyer takes that and says, all right, let's go, and wants to take him back to the barracks. And Brzezinski protests and says he's going to come with them, and it's a horrible mistake, and he's going to talk to Horace about it. And Sawyer tells him to talk away.
Talk away, Brzezinski. Talk away.
Yeah. Talk away home.
Yeah. So Saeed says just the right thing here.
Oh, totally. Saeed, this is not his first time in an interrogation, all right? on either side of the equation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. But he really answers like a hostile should.
Uh-huh.
He shouldn't say, yes, I'm a hostile.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the wrong answer.
That would be the wrong answer.
I didn't even think about that, but when he said it, I was like, that's perfect. You got it. You knew what to say.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. I don't think Saeed is dressed like the other hostiles dress.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that should be cause for concern for Brzezinski, but
apparently not.
I mean, Alpert dressed kind of nice, but I don't know how much Brzezinski's seen Alpert. But for the rest of the hostiles, it's notable that he's not dressed like one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It is.
And he's handcuffed.
And he's handcuffed. Don't forget about the handcuffs.
Please don't.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of details there that are kind of weird.
Because here's the thing, even if they do have handcuffs and they would have handcuffed him as part of standard protocol,
mm-hmm.
Those are handcuffs from the future.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those are handcuffs from, whatever future date, unless unless Alana has vintage handcuffs, that her daddy gave her or something, some storyline about that.
You think that's gonna come up later?
I'm just saying,
Alana and Caesar are gonna be talking, and she's gonna mention that she went
into law enforcement because of her dad, and on her day of graduation, he gave her some handcuffs that he used to take down the big whatever, and yeah.
And she talks about how she lost Saeed, but what she really wants back are those handcuffs.
Those handcuffs.
They meant more to her than all of the prisoners in the world.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. It's like, you see him in the handcuffs, don't you? I hope no one but Sawyer tries to take those handcuffs off, because I don't think they have the key.
Yeah, how are they going to get those off? I guess.
I don't
do they leave him? Is he out of the handcuffs at the end? He takes the bag, right? Does he still have the handcuffs on?
Still in handcuffs.
He takes the bag with the handcuffs on?
I'm pretty sure.
Does he have the handcuffs on the front?
Yeah. They're in the front. He's had them on the front.
Oh, okay.
They're not behind his back because he has to run through the jungle and all that.
Yeah, and I guess he was sitting down. So
that's the first thing you do when you're handcuffed is you put your arms under your legs so that you can sort of get out.
Yeah.
Put your hands in front.
Okay. So he just never. I mean, they're not going to be able to take those off.
Well, they have hacksaws. They have tools.
That's what they're going to have to do. I mean, it's going to be a thing. It's not.
It is going to be a thing.
Not going to be that easy. Yeah, that's Well,
although like I said, I'm not a handcuff expert. I don't know. I mean, handcuff keys always seem pretty simple. All they got to do in there is get in there and push the little thing. But maybe if you have a set of handcuff keys, it'll kind of work, or you can force it, or I don't know. Maybe it won't be a huge deal, but it will be more than just, hey, we have a key.
Yeah, they really shouldn't have the key.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't really come up at all, but should be a thing.
And of course the vomit in this scene comes from Saeed seeing Sawyer,
right?
Which he didn't expect to see or know he was around.
Yeah, Saeed kind of has to take this all in silently. This is a lot. He doesn't. I don't think he necessarily knows exactly what's going on initially. I mean, he really shouldn't.
He doesn't know specifically it's 1977. Nobody's told him that.
Yeah, I think it isn't until the end where he starts to really understand what's going on in terms of the time.
Yeah.
I think that was a big thing for him.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it's kind of interesting that Rosinski thinks he's a spy. The idea that the hostiles would send spies to, figure out what they're building or something. I mean, maybe the idea is just that they're just going to attack it or something. But I wondered if they really think the hostiles are interested in their, interested in their technology or their science or whatever. I
think those lines is an example of is exemplifying Rosinski being paranoid. You have this hostile you bring in pretty easily, who trips your alarm, who I'm sure this isn't the first time that they have. I'm sure the hostiles know they have motion detectors by now. You bring this guy in. And in the less than 30 seconds that he was, available in the room to see, he saw the Swan Station and he could have seen where we were going to build it. He's a spy. To me, it sounds like a paranoid guy. To me, that's what I think we're getting across with Rosinski.
Okay.
That he's just he's a little egocentric. Whatever he's working on is the most important thing in the world, and to him, and right. I think he's a little paranoid. I think it's a little unreasonable to think, even if Saeed saw the Swan model, I don't think there's any way he saw the plans.
Right.
Which were in the other room.
Yeah.
So I think he's just a little paranoid, and the spy thing, I think, is just – I mean, he wants to kill this guy sight unseen.
Right.
You know, I think he's just sort of a paranoid guy, and which I'm glad he's not in charge of security because he would not be great at it.
Right.
He's not what Sawyer would call a thinker.
Right. Yeah.
Not in this sense.
Right. Yeah, when it comes to security issues. He's just, we can just kill him. And would that be okay? Like, would there not be any issues with that?
That's the whole thing. It's like, you guys got a truce here? You just had a whole thing. I guess 3 years ago you had a thing about, killing the hostiles and what that means and the repercussions of that. And
yeah, they were about to have to, go to war over this, very small incident.
I find it strange just as a organizational hierarchy level that Brzezinski thinks they could just kill him without running it by Horace, or that specifically. I mean, maybe Sawyer has the ability to do that, but just chain of command wise, you would want to tell Horace before you kill the hostile.
Yeah. Yeah. And it seems like what Sawyer says here is true, that, they won't do that if they identify themselves. It seems like there's a protocol, and part of that protocol is not just killing them without giving them the chance to identify themselves,
Yeah, I mean, they have a truce, there's a terms, there's agreements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brzezinski's really, not level-headed at all.
He's not level-headed. He's definitely not level-headed. I think, and that's the thing. The whole idea is if you identify yourself as a hostile, you're protected under the terms of the treaty, just like any sort of military engagement. If you're captured and as a prisoner of war, you're identify yourself as the enemy, and now you're subject to whatever rules that have been established with your government or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it was all nice and neat in terms of that, so that's good.
Yeah.
What else? That's it?
I think that's it. That's it for me, at least.
So we don't get a scene here where, with Saeed riding back to the barracks with Jen and Sawyer, because Saeed could, of course, fill in some details on this little ride. But I think it's because Brzezinski comes with them, maybe? Does he actually show up, too? Because if he's in the van with them, then, of course, they're not going to talk about
They
that
can't
stuff.
talk, yeah.
But I don't... Let me see if he pops out of the van when they show up or not. Yeah, he's there. That's why. Okay.
He's there? Okay.
Look at that. Makes sense.
Boom.
Because that's a scene we should get. If Brzezinski wasn't, and I think that's probably, why they kind of wrote it that way, too, is, Brzezinski's going to protest, and he wants to tell Horace, so, fine, come with us if you want, but that, of course, means they can't further their information.
Brzezinski's the problem here. He's really creating all the different... Otherwise, they could sit down and talk to each other for a while and
totally
clear everything up. And yeah. So, okay. Yeah.
Ready? Next scene?
Yes.
So the next scene, Frank and Son get to the dock. Nighttime. Frank asks Son why she's doing this, and she says that Ben said if I'm reading this line and it seems weird. Ben said if my husband is on the island, the best place to start looking for him is here.
On the island.
Wow. What an obvious statement. It didn't come off that way when she said it. But
no, it seemed like it made sense. Like, does she really mean there? Does she really mean, right, that area by the dock? Like, I really
means,
didn't think that's what Ben meant.
I feel like she means if he's on the island in general, which means the island or the mini island.
The best place to look for him
is the main island.
The main island.
Which I thought was the whole point, because if you think about it, you have the largest chance on the largest landmass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although the flip side of that is it's quicker and easier to search the mini island.
That's true.
So what do? Do you spend, the rest? You could spend a long time searching the main island.
Oh yeah, they were on there for a long time. They didn't find half the shit that's there.
Yeah.
So
but anyway, so they walk towards the jungle, and they hear some rustling and stuff, and we get a little bit of the smoky sound effect. Yeah, I know, right? He's not out of
That's probably just an animal, though.
It's probably just an animal, and Frank agrees, animal, right. So they come into the barracks, which look dilapidated and, not kept up. Frank says he doesn't think they're going to find Jin there, and they should just head back. And then all of a sudden a light pops on a window, and a door creaks open, and we see the silhouette of an ominous man. And he says hello, and Frank says, "Who the hell are you?" And I'm hoping it's someone who doesn't mind being cursed at. And because if it is, they might kill him on the spot. The man identifies himself as Christian, and Sun says he's looking for Jin, and if Christian knows where he is, and Christian says, "Follow me. Jin's right in the other room." Oh wait, not really.
Mhm.
All right. So this scene, dude. What do you make of? What's going on here?
Maybe. Do you want to cover the second part?
No. Okay, we can. So the next part, they go into. We find that these three in the processing room. Christian, he's such a nice guy. He has the flashlight, and he decides to let us know where we are by flashing the light on all the signs we saw before, which is good.
Thank you.
So he goes to a wall and starts to look for a particular picture, taking a particular date. And he finds the class of 77, and shows Sun and Frank that Jin is with all of their friends. And Christian apologizes for the bit of a journey that she has ahead of her, or that they have ahead of them. I don't know if Frank is a part of that or not.
Yeah, I don't either. Okay, so this is like a shining moment here. And I think about, what if
it's a shining moment, or it's a moment like from The Shining?
The second thing.
Okay.
The ending. Spoiler alert.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The picture. Yeah. Yeah, that's what this reminded me of, because I thought, if that's been there, then at least potentially, they could have come across that a while ago. Mm-hmm.
And how weird would that have been to walk into there, even in season 3, when we first found the barracks and stuff like that, and, see their picture on the wall in the 70s.
We have no idea what that means.
Yeah,
I have no idea how they got there.
That would be completely crazy and creepy and weird. And yeah, I mean, the idea that was there. I mean, I guess since we already know, it's sort of like, okay, well, they time travel, so on.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still kind of freaked out by the idea that was there the whole time.
That would have been cool if the show had decided to put that little. I mean, it would have ruined some other things, but if in season 3, when Jack and Kate and Sawyer were at the barracks a lot, if they came across that picture or something,
Yeah.
It would have been huge to be like, holy crap, how are they going to make this work?
Mhm.
You know, what is it, a real picture? Is it fake? You know, like all that stuff, and it would have been a cool mystery.
It would have, yeah. 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 God. I don't know if I could have handled that.
Yeah, that would have
freaked
been
me
very
out.
crazy.
Because it still freaks me out, sort of retroactively. So anyway, you know, this scene really surprised me. I never thought the day would come that Son and Frank would be talking to Christian about a journey they have to go on. I mean, that's
you didn't see that coming? That's not obvious?
No.
The Son and Frank episode. Come on.
I really didn't think that them going to the island would lead to this. This is really strange. I guess it sort of makes sense on some level, but it's hard for me to adjust to either one of them really being so involved in a real part of the crazy side of the island. You know, both of them have been pretty separate from that.
Yeah, I wish Christian would start saying, "Hi, my name is Christian Shepherd. I'm Jack's dad."
I know. Yeah, that'd be nice. He definitely leaves out that part.
And this also makes me think that the next time Jack sees his dad, they'll actually be able to have a real conversation.
Yeah. I agree. They should.
That'll be interesting.
It will be. I think that day is coming. I definitely think we're going to see that at some point.
Definitely.
You're right. He's different. I mean, he's not like he was back then, you know. He's really the guy. He can sit there and talk to you. But it's strange, you know. I mean, he doesn't appear here in the cabin, you know. He appears in this what is it called again?
The barracks?
No, that particular building.
The processing center?
Processing center. I want to call it registration building, but yeah, processing center.
Is that the building he appeared from, though?
Isn't it?
I got the sense it was just a house that he appeared in, and he took him over to the processing center.
Oh, really?
Yeah, not that he was already. In the processing
he didn't
center.
appear in the same place.
No, because they here I'm looking at the scene now. They look at the processing center sign, and they look behind them, and that's where the house is. But he appeared in a house because in the next part of the scene, you see them walking in the door.
Okay. Well, yeah. So he appears in one of the houses in the barracks then.
Yeah.
But the main point I just wanted to bring up is that he's never done that before.
Yeah.
You know, it's always been about the cabin. So that's kind of different.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a connection or not. If that's supposed to mean that, you know, he's inhabiting the barracks now, or or he can just be wherever he wants to be, or what?
Yeah.
And was he really there, like hanging out waiting, or did he just literally appear there then when they got there? Like,
yeah. Yeah, I don't know what we're supposed to think about that. I would like to know, you know, what the inner life of an island apparition is like. You know, when they're not appearing to people and telling them things, you know.
Do they eat? Do they go to the bathroom?
Yeah, any of that stuff. It's the way the characters work, you never see them outside of that context. So, you know, whether he was waiting there or not is just totally unclear. Because it kind of seems like he just appears there. But I don't know. I don't know what we're supposed to think.
I don't either.
It's kind of strange. I mean, if he's like Locke, it seems like, you know, he would have been waiting there.
Holy crap.
What?
Well, I never thought about Christian in terms of being like Locke.
Yeah. Well,
where he just sort of I mean, I know the apparition thing, but I mean, in terms of not specifically being anything special, just being resurrected from landing on the island being dead.
However special that is. Yeah.
You know, and then and then he just figures out what he has to do or whatever. He's conscripted by Jacob or whatever to do.
Yeah. I mean, it does seem like there is something different, and we haven't really seen Locke. I guess I feel like there will be something with Locke that's different, but yeah, I always thought when we first found out that that Locke was dead and that they were going to bring him back to the island, that whatever happens to him would be what happened to Christian.
Mhm.
I always thought that was where they were going with this.
Christian is, but what's weird about that is Christian was completely different in season 1.
I know, yeah.
He wasn't able to, interact well.
Mhm.
So I don't know.
I do get the sense that their idea of him has changed over time.
Yeah, me too.
And whatever they were doing back then is, they'll make it fit. But it is notable that when they did, the Mobisode where he appeared, he was like he is now.
That is
not
true.
like he was then.
Yeah.
And that was taking place around the same time period.
Mhm.
So it's kind of a retcon. But I think the way he is now is the way they want him to be.
Here's what's strange though about that. I mean, in the Mobisodes, we saw him. Didn't he? He's the one who told Vincent to go tell his son to wake up, right?
Yeah.
Or to go wake up his son, not to tell him to wake up. That'd be weird.
Yes, it would be.
So that means that as soon as that they all landed on the island, Christian was already sort of aware of what was sort of going on in a way.
Yeah.
He was aware that Jack was unconscious somewhere on the island and all these things, which is different than Locke. Locke didn't remember how he got there.
And he's got work to do.
Yeah, why does Christian know that very soon after he lands?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. That's definitely different.
Yeah.
It seems like Christian's way more plugged into the island and whatever he's talking about, and it seems like Locke just has no clue, which is,
Mhm.
It's just the way things go with Locke, I guess.
Yeah.
Even when he comes back from the dead, he still has no idea what to do. That's
He's willing to die to get on the where he's supposed to go on his journey, and he still can't quite
Yeah, it's just not enough. I do think they're supposed to be similar, though.
Yeah, they definitely. I mean, they are similar. I mean, there's definitely similar.
I mean, they went as far as to have him put on the shoes and say he was the proxy and all that. I mean, they made explicit the connection between them. So, but yeah, they are behaving exactly the same way. So there's something there. It would be weird if Locke really turned into what Christian is like.
Yeah.
It would be different. Locke would be different.
So has Christian just been waiting for 3 years on the island, waiting for Son and Frank to come?
I can't imagine he was waiting that whole time.
Well, not specifically, twiddling his thumbs every second that they're not there, but I mean, did he sort of know that they were coming?
Know that they were coming?
He knew what date to expect them or when to expect them, or
is he just reacting to the fact that they're there?
Mhm.
God, I don't know. I guess it depends on what Jacob knows.
I'm tired of Jacob. Seriously, I am.
Really?
We attribute so much to him. We know so little, and I don't really know how much should be attributed to him. I don't even know if what he could do. What's Yeah, I don't know. They haven't furthered that much. Considering the small things that they have furthered, Jacob hasn't really been one of them in a while. So
yeah. Yeah, you're right.
So yeah, I'm actually getting a little sick of being like, well, maybe Jacob this and Jacob that. It's just like, well, Jacob's not even Christian's not saying Jacob told him to do any of this stuff, you know, like, you know. So I don't know. I mean, Jacob could be Christian. I don't know what's going on.
Well, Christian did say that he wasn't Jacob. Last
Maybe he lied.
He could have lied. He said I'm not him, but I can speak for him.
Mhm.
When Locke asked if he was Jacob.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's why I bring up Jacob. I mean, I take him to be the mouthpiece for him.
Mhm.
You know, and they can't show. I mean, I think Jacob's identity is a thing, so they can't show him yet.
Oh, true. I don't. Yeah, it's just really getting tedious to say, well, maybe Jacob this and Jacob that, and it's just, yeah, maybe.
I agree that we haven't really learned anything new about Jacob since we first learned that he existed.
Yeah.
They just, unlike, say, the Smoke Monster, you know, I think they've done more to kind of add to that over time.
Hey, you know, and then the thing about Jacob's list, I mean, now that the time travel thing is there, I mean, I think we said it before, but, I mean, now that we see, you know, we got the Losties in the picture, we got their real names on a manifest.
Yeah.
And Dharma, like, you know, getting their names in the future is becoming increasingly easy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
You know, all Saeed has to do is tell Little Ben that, I mean, not that he would, but all he has to do is tell him, yeah, we crashed on the plane in 2003 or 2004, flight 816.
Mhm.
And then when Ben is older, he can get he can, you know, figure out everything.
815.
You know, although he's surprised when it happens, so, you know, or at least pretends to be surprised.
Yeah.
So it's really weird. It's really, the implications of all this is very strange to have to deal with.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I'm assuming for the moment that what Christian is saying here is what Jacob wants them to do, or wants him to tell them. So I mean he you know, before now he's been appearing in Jacob's cabin. He said that he speaks for him. So that's. I agree that we don't know anything about him, but it's hard for me not to bring him up because I guess I feel like he's responsible. You know, for this. But I mean, the frustrating thing about it is I have no idea what his interests are, what he cares about, or what he knows, what he has the ability to do, what his plans are. You know, there's really no sense in as far as like what, you know, really anything about him.
So you're saying you know nothing about him but his name? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's about right. We know
Pretty
his name and a little bit of his lack of corporeal being. And
somehow he's like the leader of the others, you know. Somehow they revere him and take orders from him. That's
because his name is at the top of the list he created.
Yeah, and he makes lists.
He's a list maker.
Yeah.
He's Santa Claus.
Ouch.
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in 5 minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
All right. Next scene.
Is there anything else I wanted to bring up about this? So, what do you have any speculation about what you think the journey's going to be? You think they're just going to go to the Orchid, maybe, or the donkey wheel, or you know, what do you think he's going to have them do?
I really don't know. I think those are the obvious. Those are the obvious things. I think. I really don't think they can go to the donkey wheel too many more times, though. You know what I mean? Like, they can only use that trick so many times.
Yeah.
So I don't know, and I sort of think Dan used it or something. So I'm sort of reserving a spot for him. I think it's going to be.
There's a long line at the donkey wheel.
Yeah, I know. Everyone wants to have a turn. I feel like it's going to be something different. I don't think it's going to be as simple as that.
Okay.
I'm not sure what though. I'm not sure. I mean, I think the end result will be bringing the guys in 77 back to the present. I think that's the end result.
Yeah, I agree.
How they're going to do that, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't either. But it's a thing. That's something that's coming up, I guess. They set it up here, so I just had to bring it up.
Mhm. All right.
Okay.
The next scene, it's a continuation from this one. We see the picture of the gang, and then now we see the picture actually being taken back in 77. Everyone say Namaste. Namaste!
Namaste!
Hurley says, Nama what? Thanks, Hurley. So Phil tells them that they have the rest of the day to read their security protocol handbooks. Yay! Something fun. And that some of it may seem scary, but they're all perfectly safe. Don't worry, they have hamburgers and punch. What else do you want? Sawyer calls in to Phil and tells him they're coming in with the 14J. Phil tells everyone to stand back a little bit. They have a security situation, and we see Saeed come out of the van. And Hurley sort of comments on that they found Saeed. So they put, we were down at where they're holding him in this little jail cell, and Saeed tells them to stay here, that he's going to hang out here until they figure out what to do with them. And Sawyer then tells Brzezinski that to bring in some damn food. They're not savages. And that's that sequence.
Mm-hmm.
So, not a whole bunch here.
No.
Just another, when Saeed sees, Kate and Jack and her.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And those guys.
Was that you vomiting?
Yeah, that was me vomiting.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
Yeah. It was really Saeed vomiting, but
Saeed
I was vomiting. I was vomiting for him.
Okay. Sympathy vomiting.
Sympathy vomiting. He couldn't do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Mental vomit.
Right.
I know you're wondering.
Empathetic vomiting.
Would it just leak out of your nose? I don't want to answer that question.
Okay, good. I don't want to know the answer.
Yeah. Next scene?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right.
Next
scene.
I wanted to ask. Well, no, I guess I'll. Should I bring it up now or later? I don't know. I'll bring it up later.
Is it a long topic?
Nah, it's a tiny. I'll bring it up later.
All right. Next scene, it's nighttime at the barracks. All the hamburgers are gone and all the punch has been drunk.
And everyone's reading their security protocol handbook.
Everyone is finishing up reading their security protocol handbook. And I got to say, some people are a bit scared.
Mm-hmm.
So Jack stops Phil and asks him where James LaFleur lives. And Phil points out where his house is and says not to call him James, he hates it, and Jack kind of laughs. So Jack knocks at the door, and then Juliet opens, and we get a really awkward situation here. They sort of hug each other, and they talk about how they wanted to say hi before, but they couldn't, and they're not supposed to know each other. Jack says he's looking for Sawyer. He thinks he has the wrong house, but of course he doesn't have the wrong house. Really? Fate is just cruel. That's what's going on here. So he comes in, and Sawyer is reading his book and thinking, of course. Juliette Lees says those two have a lot to talk about. Sawyer offers Jack a beer, and Jack says no, of course not. This is post-alcohol Jack, so he probably doesn't want any substances in his body that aren't natural. Sawyer asks what he can do for Jack. Jack wants to know what's going to happen with Saeed. Sawyer tells him that that they found him running around the jungle, that he's basically safe now, which is all that matters. Jack wants to know what's going to happen next, and Sawyer says that he's working on it. Jack says, it looks to me like you're just reading a book. Sawyer says, well, Winston Churchill read a book every night, even during the Blitz. So, he says, this is how he likes to run things. He likes to think, which, he doesn't think Jack thinks so highly of that course of action, because Jack is just reacts to situations. Jack says, hey, I got us off the island, and Sawyer says, yeah, but you're right back where you started. So he's going to go back to his book and think, and that's how he saved Jack's ass, and that's how he's going to save Sawyer's ass tomorrow. A lot of ass saving this week. Saeed. And that all Jack has to do is go home, get a good night's rest, and let me do what I do. I didn't know that's what he said. That's funny. And then...
Did he really say that?
That's what the transcript is.
Let me do what I do.
I knew he said something about do what I do, but I thought it was something a bit different. And then he asks Jack, isn't that a relief that that's all you have to do? And Jack says, yeah. I guess we'll finish the next scene. It's quick.
What's the next scene?
The last one with interior jail cell. Saeed is. Did
you not mention when Sawyer goes out on the porch and waves at Kate?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I forgot about that. Sawyer goes out on the porch and waves at Kate.
Okay, good. Thank you. That was very crucial. No recap would be complete.
That was a crucial wave. I apologize.
Without that.
Yeah.
I was just expecting that bit.
I'm skimming from the transcript here, and so I didn't write that, so I forgot to say that.
Okay. It's on the transcript. Interesting. No, I guess I want to linger on this first.
Okay.
I liked this little scene. As far as the sort of character scenes, this was my favorite in the episode. I like that, Jack is coming back to the island, and he was a leader originally, and now he comes into this situation that he really had no say in, and he's sort of being led along and told what to do, and it's a little bit weird for him, and Sawyer sort of puts him in his place, and he sort of goes along with it. He actually does seem somewhat relieved not to have to be the guy, to sort of figure out what to do and deal with all the problems. And so it's just a nice kind of baton passing thing, and I like that dynamic. I thought that was good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. It shows a lot about the two characters. One of the things I wanted to say before was, when they all reunite at the North Point, Hurley, gives a huge hug to Sawyer, and obviously Sawyer and Kate hug, and Jack and Sawyer just give a handshake. And I'm like, seriously, guys, like,
yeah.
All the crap you guys have been through in the last however many years.
That's all they get. Yeah.
You're the best friend I got, Doc. Like all your friends and have died along the way, and you've been attacked and everything. You're time traveling. I'm sorry. I think it deserves a hug that this guy is alive, and you guys are both alive and well, and you're seeing someone who and you fought battles with.
Yeah.
But hey, maybe a handshake is enough. I don't know. But anyway, you get this scene here with the two of these guys, and I love the fact that Sawyer puts him in his place,
Maybe we're supposed to believe that Jack is still bitter about Sawyer and Kate having sex in the cages.
Really? I don't know. Well, what I was going to say was, Sawyer puts him in his place and says, isn't that a relief that all you have to do is just sort of let me do the worrying? And Jack says, yeah. And I love the fact that Jack seems to sincerely, have a breath of relief that, oh my God, that's all I have to do. Like, I don't have to worry about how to get us out of the situation and worry about, he is out of his league,
Yeah.
Because this is a totally different time period, totally different organization. Like, he doesn't know the rules of the culture or anything. So, it's not up to him to get him out of the situation, and he's happy about that. And I think it shows a lot about his character growth, that he's able to be comfortable with someone else calling the shots.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I think he felt some obligation to sort of make sure that something was being done. Yeah, he walked in. I mean, you saw him. Like, after he read his handbook, the first thing he went to do was talk to LaFleur. And he's like, hey, I just want to make sure, you have a plan for Saeed. You have a plan for, you're doing something. And once he was comfortable with that, I think he trusts Sawyer. I think by this point, the fact that Sawyer's around and things haven't, nobody's dead from the people that were under Sawyer's charge, these 3 years. So I think that says a lot.
Yeah, definitely. The thing with Juliet was weird when she excused herself and said, "You two have a lot to talk about." I'm like, all of us, you included. Like, I think Jack and Juliet have a lot to talk about. Yeah. I think the three of them should be talking. Like, come on, what's the big deal here? Yeah, it was good stuff. The look on Juliet's face when Jack's at the door, she's got that smile and she's like trying to hold it, but it's like, oh my God, it's so weird. Elizabeth Mitchell, please, for your consideration. Go back and look at that scene. Look at the smile on her face, and I have to say, I've never seen her smile like that before. It's such a specific smile. I love it. She's great.
Emmys all around, please.
Emmys all around. Emmys for everyone.
You're right. They really drew it out too. It was, they kind of lingered on that more than they had to. But yeah, she did seem to exit. I don't know if they. I guess. Yeah, that was.
I think at the very least, Juliet's very perceptive. I think you could say she knew that Jack came over to talk business.
Yeah.
This isn't exactly let's catch up time. It's
right.
There's shit going on time. So.
Yeah.
I did laugh when Jack comes in and so he says, "What can I do for you, Jack?" And I'm thinking, Jack's like, everything. There's a lot you could do right now. First of all, who's the president? So I guess if you ask Horace, LaFleur never found his missing men.
That's right.
That he had 2 weeks to look for.
Yeah.
It'd be weird if they were like, if it was like, hey, here's our missing guys. 3 years later.
I actually thought, I had a thought that they were going to do that. I never said it out loud, but I did think last week that maybe they would actually try to say, these are our crewmates. Look at this, we found them. Yeah, right. Yay! They've just been on the island for 3 years and we've never come across them. How about that? Well, they searched. It's a big island.
And then they go, stranger things have happened, right? And they shrug their shoulders and then the end.
Yeah. Lost.
indeed.
Lost? Yeah, okay. Well, that's it for me on this.
All right, next scene.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the jail area. Don't exactly know where they're keeping him. Where they're keeping Saeed. I don't know what building this is supposed to be. Usually they keep prisoners in the rec room.
Yeah, you're right. Apparently they have a cell, though, where they should have been keeping the prisoners.
Yeah, I know, right? I guess Phil is guarding this place, so this is where Phil is stationed or something. Maybe this is supposed to be the same place where the Hootenanny was. I'm not sure.
Oh.
So a little boy comes in. He tells Phil he's going to deliver the prisoner a sandwich. He walks in, and the little boy tells the prisoner he brought him a sandwich. He didn't put mustard on it, but if he wants some mustard, he can get some. Saeed says, no, this will be fine. The boy asks if Saeed is a hostile. Saeed asks him if he thinks he is, and the boy says, "What's your name?" Saeed tells him his name and asks what his is, and the boy says his name is Ben.
Uh-oh.
And then Saeed immediately checks that sandwich for mustard. Because if Ben says he didn't put mustard on it, I'm thinking it's a mustard sandwich.
It's just nothing but mustard.
It's just a bag full of mustard.
Not even bread.
If there is bread, the bread is made out of mustard. Mustard bread. You never heard of mustard seed bread?
No.
It's awesome.
All right, I'll have to check that out.
So then Saeed says, "It's nice to meet you, Ben." So here we have little Benjamin Linus, who I think we were all wondering if he was going to show up. He should have been around in this time period, and here he is in all of his Harry Potter glory.
God, he is so Harry Potter. It's really weird. That kid just grew up to be Harry Potter.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he kind of looked like him in the original one, but, man, he really looks like him now.
I'm looking for the lightning bolt scar.
Yeah, the hair's like that to kind of hide the scar.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the point.
Big round glasses.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
It doesn't take much to really pull off the Harry Potter look, but, when you got it, you got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like the Sarah Palin look. I mean, you put your hair in that thing, and then you put on the glasses, and you wear a red, suit dress or whatever. And everybody was Sarah Palin for Halloween. It's an easy look. It's an easy look.
Yeah.
All right. So, yikes.
So, this is what I was going to bring up earlier. Sawyer tells Phil to bring him some food. And it ends up being Ben that does it. And I guess I kind of wonder what the chain of events is that makes it so that Ben's the one that brings the sandwich.
Yeah, Now,
and does Sawyer know? Like, have any of them met Ben at this point?
Yeah, no,
and if so, like, why haven't they brought it up yet?
Here's the thing. I mean, Juliet should know, or at least think, that Ben would be around at this time period. So I think she would be on the lookout for him. The question really is, what do you do, even if you know that Ben is there? I mean, there's nothing you can really do. I mean, it's a weird situation, but there's Ben. I mean, what do? You can't kill him. You can't treat him any different way. I mean, there's no real need to. He's not the evil guy yet, He's just a kid. But I would say that I think at this point, Sawyer and Juliet and Jen and Miles pretty much know everyone in Dharma, everyone who's at the barracks at least.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they're probably aware of most people. I don't think there's a lot of kids there, so I think they probably know about that.
Okay.
Now, I do wonder the change of events to where Ben's bringing him the sandwich. That seemed really weird to me.
Yeah.
We know that Ben's dad is a workman.
Right.
But I don't know this relationship to Phil or why this seemed like a normal thing that, oh, I'm going to bring the prisoner a sandwich. Like, what? Really? Since when? What's the protocol for that?
Yeah.
In that way, I don't like the scene. I don't like the scene in the way that he just sort of walks in and it just seems normal that, this kid is going to go talk to a hostile, who's potentially broken the truth and could be a spy, if you want to follow Rudzinski's line of thinking. So to me, it's just a contrived scene to get Ben in there with Saeed. So it was weird in that way. But otherwise, it's a crazy scene because, the irony of the situation is insane.
Yeah.
Because 30 years from now, Saeed interrogates this man.
Right.
And so now it's the other way around where Saeed is the one sort of locked up and captive and being questioned. So it's strange. And, of course, the obvious thing here is Ben knows Saeed's name now. I think I mentioned that earlier. But it's weird that he, little Ben met Saeed when he was 10 or whatever.
Yeah.
And, what does that mean in terms of, the Henry Gale era of things?
And potentially met all of the people who were there.
And all of them, yeah. That's,
that definitely changed things.
Yeah, Juliet, you don't think that if you meet a Juliet when you're 10 who looks like a certain person and, when you're 30 or 40, you meet a Juliet who looks like that exact same person? Seems weird to me.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, does Ben figure that out? Some scene we haven't seen, and Juliet has to explain what happened, and, I don't know.
He must, right?
Wait, I'm sorry. Juliet wouldn't know that. She wouldn't know that in the future. So Ben could know that and question her, but she wouldn't have any idea what he's talking about.
Yeah. I feel like Ben should figure it out at some point. Even if initially he just thinks it's some weird coincidence that Juliet looks so much like herself.
Mm-hmm.
When those people crash on the island and he sees several people that he knew from the 70s, I feel like at that point he can't believe that, that it's some strange coincidence. So I think at that point, maybe he realizes what was going on. And he knows that time travel is possible because he did it. When he turned the wheel, he went to a different time. And the first thing he did was ask what the date was, and it was a different time from when he left. So
yeah. He definitely knows at that point, and I'm sure before that he had some idea of the wheel and things like that, and what Doc was doing, and all this weird stuff on the island. But
right,
this totally radically changes Ben, though. The reason he could be so confident and so self-assured and such a liar and so manipulative is because of all these random things that have happened around him and to him, and he knows these people, and he knows things about these people that haven't even happened yet for them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really weird. I'm gonna think about that.
It gives him this strange power only by the fact that he was, around then.
Right.
It's really strange.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming something's going to happen where they end up all disappearing, and that's going to leave a permanent question mark in little Ben's mind about what happened to these people.
Yeah.
And then he sees them 30 years later. He recruits Juliet, which now that we know he knows Juliet's name, she could be specifically recruited not only because of her fertility experience, but he wants Juliet specifically.
Right.
So that's strange. And then the idea that they all had these crazy reasons of what got them on that flight. The fact that Ben could have figured out all their names and where they were, and could they have orchestrated any of that is more plausible now. I think than it was before.
Yeah. It makes sense to me that he would want to go deliver the sandwich to the hostile who's locked up, because based on the story that they had for him in the one episode he had where we saw him, he was shown to be very very much unhappy with his life at home. So not particularly satisfied with that, and then he goes out and he talks to Albert and he instantly wants to join him, and so I guess I feel like this is, the kid's older, I guess I feel like this is a little bit farther down from that. So I think if he hears there's a hostile there, he wants to go talk to them.
Yeah, but he's a kid. He doesn't get to just because he wants.
But
that's what's weird to me. I want to talk to him. Well, so what? If this is a serious situation here, and it's weird to me that
somehow he's like food delivery boy.
Yeah, and I can't imagine they have that many prisoners on a regular basis where he can get that job title. Where I'm the guy who delivers food to the prisoners.
Yeah,
really?
Could he just be general food delivery boy? He delivers food to everybody.
He works at the cafeteria or something.
Yeah, something like that.
I'll give them points if they say that. I'll give them points if they give his job to, he works at the general store or whatever. I'll give them points for that. So. Yeah.
Okay. That's the only thing I can really make work. They certainly didn't really. There's no particular reason to think that's true, but.
Didn't Juliet bring Jack sandwiches?
Yeah, she.
Or
did.
were they hamburgers?
She brought him sandwiches and hamburgers.
And a hamburger is a sandwich.
She brought she brought him grilled cheese.
Oh, that's right. It was grilled cheese.
Grilled cheese with toothpicks.
No mustard.
Unnecessary toothpicks and no mustard. That's right.
I love how that was the thing. Did he put mayonnaise on it?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Saeed doesn't like mayonnaise. Did he put ketchup on it? Maybe Saeed doesn't like ketchup.
Yeah.
Why mustard? Huh, Ben?
And why no mustard?
Yeah, why no mustard? Why didn't you bring some just in case you wanted it? I don't know. I'm suspicious about this kid. I don't know why.
Yeah, God, why are you? What's your problem?
This kid.
Just a nice kid.
This kid and his mustard hoarding.
He's just trying to bring a sandwich.
Yeah, sandwich, all right. I didn't see any sandwich in that bag.
Oh God, yeah, man, that's so weird. Oh,
I think
so weird.
once I hears that's Ben, I really want to know if he wants to eat that sandwich.
Yeah.
Because I would be like, I don't trust you, Ben. The kind of evil you are starts young. We all saw what was it? What was that movie? Macaulay Culkin?
The Good Son.
The Good Son. I was going to say The Only Child.
Close enough.
Yeah, The Good Son. We know how it goes.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He seems innocent, but
yeah,
that's what they want.
That's how he eats the sandwich. I think Ben going in doesn't know. Even Ben going out doesn't know who Saeed is. But if he thinks he's a hostile, I don't think he's giving him a poison sandwich. Of course, Saeed doesn't know that.
But he could. Yeah, you're right. The way they depicted him before, in terms of the hostiles, is one thing. But who knows his opinions about the hostiles at this point? I'm sure they're not going to radically change it, but
yeah, based on the fact,
ooh, here's a bad guy. I'm going to poison him because I'm crazy. I'm a young Ben.
Mm-hmm. Based on the fact that he was initially interested immediately and eventually actually did join them. I guess I'm assuming he didn't have a middle period where he rejected them. And
he should not like them. I don't understand why he has any affinity for them. I mean, besides, I remember his Albert thing, but besides that, these are the people his people are at war with, like.
Yeah, I don't think he ever felt any particular affinity for them. I think his only connection to them was his dad, and I think he really did. He pretty much hated his dad. I mean, he killed him.
Yeah, but I know, but it's like but on some level. I mean, this is his home. This is where the people who are trying to keep everyone safe are. There's a war with these outsiders who are violent and threatening. Young Ben has no sense of really what they want, what they're capable of. Yet he's drawn to them. I mean, it's weird. I mean, not that they can't make it weird, but it is weird.
Yeah.
I mean, and I get that he doesn't really feel connected to Dharma, but I mean, like, that is his home.
Right.
And if you have these people who are sort of attacking your home, and you sort of, he has no reason to think that they're nice and trustworthy, other than, his talk with Albert and all that. But even then, he was immediately like, "Take me with you," or whatever. So.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely. I mean, he turns into Ben. I do think he's a messed up kid.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, and I think it goes as far as it definitely eventually goes as far as he's going to side with them against the people he lives with.
Yeah.
His hatred extends that far.
That's the thing. I feel like if he can get to know what the hostiles are about, what the others are about, then he can decide to do that. He can decide, okay, what they want is better than what Dharma wants. I don't like them, and whatever the case is. But to sort of side with a group of people.
Yeah.
And not know really anything about them.
I think as a kid, it wasn't even. I don't think he reflected on it that much. It was just the fact that they were against the people he hated.
Yeah.
He didn't necessarily care whether they were good or not.
Yeah.
Oh, Ben. Although I think eventually he definitely gets on the others' train.
Oh, he goes on that O train.
He's all about it.
All aboard the O train. I would love to know, I think I said this before, and I don't remember if you had an answer for me, but I would like to know what the others call themselves.
So would I. That's a good question.
I wish we could start using that word, and I don't know if we'll ever find that out.
Yeah, they're kind of in that circumstance where if they introduce a name for them, it'll be weird.
Mm-hmm.
Because we never really see stories from their perspective, and so, the context in which it'd be used would be very limited, and they've already got 2 different names for them.
A third one's a charm.
Yeah, but they really should have a name, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
I
don't know a group of people who are unified by an ideology that doesn't have a name.
Yeah, they really should. Maybe we'll find out someday. I don't know.
It's like Hostiles with a Z. You're not the Hostiles, or the Hostiles.
STYLEC.
Yeah, exactly. So, what else? I think that's the end of, that's definitely the end of the episode. What else you got?
Boom. What else do I have? I don't know. What else is there?
Not much. I think we covered everything.
Yeah. Another journey through the crazy.
Mhm. Yeah. What do we have? Like, is this good? Is this a 16-episode season?
Yes. Yeah, actually, it's been. They cleared it up. It really is going to be. it really is going to be 17 hours, 16 episodes. The last one will be 2 hours.
So we have 7 more episodes. 8 more hours.
7?
This is
episode
9.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, that is 7.
It better be.
Yeah.
Well, what they taught me in elementary school was way off.
The last one airing May 13th.
Okay, so we have quite a bit to go still.
So there's going to be one more week in April where they skip a week.
Oh crap.
Yeah. Because if you count that out, that makes it work out just right. But yeah.
So, yeah, we got a lot more story left. I think a lot more crazy stuff. I want to think that the end of the season is going to be them getting back to the present, but I could also see that happening relatively soon and them having some other big season ender plot line.
Mhm.
I'm curious.
I kind of think they're going to stay there until the end of the season.
Mhm.
You know, and I
it
think
seems like there's a lot they could do now that they're in this Dharma time period.
Yeah.
But they're still kind of limited in terms of, unless they start skipping through time, where we won't really see some of the other Dharma stuff that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, that's true. They can't show that much.
Yeah.
But yeah, I kind of think I definitely think they're going to hang out there for a while. I feel like they got at least 3 or 4 more episodes. Yeah, here's how I see the season going. I feel like they have like 3 or 4 episodes of story with Dharma left.
Mm-hmm.
We got 7. And I think we've also got the parallel story of whatever's going on in the present with Locke, and we've got, Sun and Frank staying, and whatever's going on at the main camp with Caesar and Ben, and so, like, all that, I think, can fill the rest of the time.
Mm-hmm.
I think that carries you
through.
So
they just go back and forth between those 2 big plots, then that'll take us to the end of the
Yeah, I think that's enough material where they're not spending, like, that whole time with Dharma, but, it does take it to the end of the season.
Yeah.
That would be what I would think. We'll see. Probably, kind of alternating between the 2.
Yeah, I'll buy that. I'll buy that, Cal.
All right, good. Sold, then. The cow's all yours.
I think that's about it, then. I don't really have anything else to add.
Yeah, no, I think we covered it. We'll be back next week for whatever it is. It's a weird title next week.
All right. Well, thanks for listening, guys. We'll be back next week. Thanks. And this episode title.
This episode title, and good luck.